and see how we do here. Greetings and salutations, everyone. Live from the Blue Cheese Room here on the dark side of the moon. This is Oblivion Unchained. I'm the Loophole King, and we're going to have some fun today. We're going to get straight to it because there's a lot of questions that need to be answered today. So we're going to get right into it. So we're going to start with Orient. Madame, introduce yourself.
This is Orient. My name is Muhammad Salama. I play the Triton, the warlord tactician that who tactic in the battle. So I'm gonna see what kind of surprise today and see what the guard are gonna say about these undead.
Robert.
Hello, I'm Robert. I play Leon, the Leonin fighter. He is the Slayer subclass.
David. You guys can just keep going. David. Can you hear me?
David,
Did you drop
I'm
out
gonna wave.
Sorry,
he's still here.
I was getting double echo because I had the stream up
Oh,
and it was stacking on top of me. But yeah, hi, I'm David. I play Dan, the Verdan Warlock. He is fond of animals, fond of opening doors that he shouldn't, and generally not fond of being attacked in the middle of the night.
and Sai.
Hi, I'm Simon. I'm playing Echo, a College of Eloquence bard who is desperately trying to herd cats. Oh, and survive being attacked by nasty undead beasties as well. Not happy.
Well, that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. That's. Hey, Alpha Nova, how you doing? My name is Rick. I am the Loophole King. I will be your DM for the remainder of the evening. We are going to get right down to it. When we last left our intrepid band of heroes, they had just got woken up by a group of undead and an evil priestess. It seems that the nice barmaid has died a horrible, painful death, and it also seems that they have managed to capture the Black Sun priestess. So we are going to find out what happens now. So, like I said, you guys have just finished. Lothgar is not pleased. He is stable but unconscious, thanks to Dan not cutting off his leg in the process of trying to save him. Dan has had Dan has been hit or miss with the medical attention that he's been giving over the course of the adventure. So the fact that he's not dead is a bonus. Yeah, what do you guys do? Leon, you find Darlene laying up there.
Yeah, I think you said last time that she is beyond hope.
Yes, she is ripped to shreds.
All right, I'll carry her downstairs and just lay her on this table, I guess.
Okay.
Leon.
Yes.
Oh God.
Darlene didn't make it.
God damn it. We need to call the guards. We need to call the guards.
Is she tied up? Do we need to tie her up?
She's tied up. Last time we tied her up.
Okay.
Yeah, you tied her up and tied her to the post.
All right, Leon will stand guard over her.
Dan rushes over to the front door, like pokes outside to make sure that there aren't any more of these things sneaking up in the night, and then just shuts the door.
All right,
And turns
Dan. When
down.
you open the door, you see, because the fat goblin is like set off to the side in like a little space off to the way. You do see some fires burning in the city. Like not like campfires, but like building fires.
Okay, it seems like it might have been the city generally that's been attacked, which means they probably weren't specifically for us, which is good to know.
What's going on, Dan? I will look.
A couple of parts of the city are on fire.
Okay, calm down, Dan. Calm down. Think.
Right? Did you say that so that we could all hear it?
Yeah, Dan's basically just slammed the door shut again, is leaning against it, and is hyperventilating a little bit.
Right. Okay. I'm going to draw a dagger, and I'm going to walk over very deliberately and slowly over to the person who's tied up. Are they conscious?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm going to try and intimidate them into giving me information about what's going on.
Okay.
Leon's just standing there holding his glaive like a baseball bat, back behind his head, just
So
ready to swing.
So I'm going to turn around to the priestess and sort of give her a light slap on the face, just to sort of focus the attention. Yeah. Slap. Okay. Yeah. Just right. I need to know what's going on. Why did you attack the inn? What are the other attacks? You can either tell me, or you can tell him. And if you tell him, it will be after he carves you into several pieces. There'll be just enough left of you to talk.
I think you should remove the gag in her mouth before you ask.
No. It's right. I'm gonna put the point of the dagger underneath her chin and say, I'm gonna take out the gag. If you try to cast any kind of incantation, I'm gonna shove the dagger up into your brain so your tongue stops moving.
Dan's gonna
clear?
reach out telepathically into the mind of this priestess and just be relaying images of Shavara tearing her to pieces if she does anything to Echo.
Okay. Dan, also roll an intimidation check for me, please. And you get advantage because you are projecting these kind of feelings directly into her brain. Yeah, you see her eyes. So Echo, you put the dagger under her chin, and she seems a little nonplussed about it, right? And then all of a sudden, you see her eyes just go huge, full, and her pupils dilate, and you manage to look over and you see Dan kind of doing that squinting Scanners thing. Have you ever seen Scanners, the movie? The old movie?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, so he's kind of doing that Scanners thing where he's like holding his temple and he's like leaning forward, and you're like, oh, yeah, you know what he's doing. It apparently is having the appropriate effect.
Excellent. Now, we want to know who else is attacking the city? Is it more of you? What's going on?
We're here. We're here because he took the orb.
Who took the orb?
That one. And she tries to motion with her hands, but she's bound by it. She's like, that one. The blue one.
The blue one?
Yeah.
And I turn around and I point at Orient. You mean him?
Yes, him. The heretic.
Okay. Let's start at the beginning, shall we? He stole an orb from you, or he took an orb. How long ago was this?
Almost 2 fortnights.
A month. How much? Okay, so that's a month. How long has it been since we washed up on the shore?
Almost a month.
Actually, let's see. 3 weeks. Just shy of 3 weeks.
Okay. Where did he take the orb from?
The temple. He's a heretic. He slew our master, stole the orb, and then fled the island.
How do you know it was he may have been escaping the same people who slew his master? How do you know it was him? Did anybody see this happen?
Yes.
Who?
One of the other acolytes.
Okay. This temple, where is it located?
She remained silent.
Look. Let me explain how this works. You'll resist a bit. It'll get very unpleasant for you. You'll eventually break and tell me what you want. That's how it works. Everybody breaks. Nobody's heroic. Mostly they end up in snot and tears, begging. Please don't let it get to that point. Where's the temple?
It's the Isle of the Siren's Tears.
Thank you. You said he was a heretic. What religion are we talking about? Or who do you worship?
We follow the Great One.
Would you care to be a tad more specific? There are quite a number of deities that will probably claim that title.
The Great One.
Does the Great One have a name?
Oh, I'm not privy to that.
Okay, so you're not privy to the name of the being that you worship.
Looks like she's entry level.
I was going to say, what kind of screwed up religion is this? Okay, and when the blue one was at the temple, what name did you know him by?
He's the heretic. We are not permitted to speak his name.
Okay, well, look, I understand that, but just this once you're going to break that little vow. You can tell me his name, even if...
I can't. My God forbids it.
Your God doesn't even have a name. How are you suddenly now on speaking terms with your God telling you what you can and can't do?
He is the Great One.
Okay. I'll turn around to Dan and Orient and Leon and say, any other questions you guys can think of whilst we've got this delightful person chatting away?
Did I hear all that?
Oh, yeah. You totally heard all that.
I will come close. I am sure I'm not. That's weird.
As you start talking, she spits at you. Heretic! How could you turn your back on your God? You and all who follow you shall die.
I will look back to the dead zombie I think that proved the way I left you, for some reason, but it doesn't matter. Uh, it doesn't
The
matter.
Great One will have his vengeance. He will have his orb.
Who's the great ones?
What's the orb look like? What's the orb?
It's the orb of power. It sits inside the temple.
Like size of a grapefruit, size of a basketball. I mean, how big is it? Is it something you fit in the palm of your hand? Something you have
Yes,
to
yes.
pack?
It is small but powerful.
What power does it hold?
Power of the Great One.
Do we?
Leon, if you want, get rid of this one because I don't know, but
Do we know the orb's purpose? It's not just like a remembering thingy, and that's why your god can't remember his name because he doesn't have the orb where he like wrote his name down.
No. No, he knows his name. I'm just not allowed to. I'm not allowed to know it. Only the high priests
Not yet.
know it. I'm not a high priest.
So it was the high priest that sent you out after the heretic.
No, the high priest is dead. He slaughtered the high priest.
Okay,
I'm
so you
sure
don't
Harvard-
know for sure that wasn't what your god wanted.
With the other
If
higher.
the high priests are the only ones who speak,
Well,
then how do you know that this wasn't all part of your god's plan? He might not be a heretic, he might be a hero of your faith.
because the other priest said so.
Yeah,
And this other priest,
this
what's
whole
their name?
What was that, Dan?
This other priest, what's their name? It's high priest. You can see she's terrified to tell you. Like she wants to tell you, but she's terrified of speaking his name. Like,
Leon audibly tightens his grip on the glaive.
uh, High Priest Barossa.
You know-
High Priest Barossa.
Thank you. That was very accommodating, and we appreciate the gesture. Right. If you'll just wait here, and I'll put the gag back up, and just make sure that she's properly affixed to the pole, and draw my compatriots off to one side a little further, so that we're out of earshot of the bound, gagged person.
Do you need Leon, or can Leon stay keeping guard?
Yeah. Well, we've got a little bit of information about what happened to at least one of us prior to us being on that boat. The question is, you've got two orbs, Dan, but neither of those came from Orient.
yeah.
So there's another orb out there somewhere.
The other possibility is that Orient stole it from the temple and I stole it from him before we shipwrecked.
Or he gave it to you.
The question it is, what the hell these cults? I have. This is weird. I feel weird. Like I don't know, but I don't know. By the way, we are far from her to speak like she can hear us, and I don't want her to know that I lost my memory. So I'm like whispering. Like, I don't know if, like, maybe I joined them to take the orb. Oh, I don't know, but I'm sure I will not work with undead. I don't know about my past self, but that's
Well,
quite
to
shocking.
be fair, based on who you are now, it seems unlikely. But that's who you are now.
But I want to remember
We could all.
what's.
Well,
Go
no,
ahead.
I was going to say. I mean, the problem is that we don't remember who we were before. We've got no idea who we were, or we could have been a group of people trying to steal the orb or take the orb, and you were part of a group of people doing that. Or you could have done it on your own, and we could have been trying to buy it, or some other weird. We need to know more about this cult.
I think it's
Can you?
important
I
they
will turn
follow
to that.
a
Can you
great
ask
one.
her? Can you ask her what was I doing in the like with them? Like I was like a guard, a spy,
It sounds like you were
priest,
one of the acolytes because they referred to you having a master,
apprentice.
possibly, or an acolyte, or something like that. Yeah, let's go and ask. Sorry,
If
go back.
I don't go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, we can always just go back and ask her.
Yeah, but I will not ask her because she will say, "Why don't you ask him?" And if you, I will stay
Just
with him.
and then I'll and then I'll remind her that I'm the one holding the knife and asking the questions.
Mm,
She's not in a position to be interrogating us.
yeah.
So I'll wander back into earshot of the priestess. I'll take the gag down, put the dagger back, and say, right, sorry, couple of other questions. What role did my blue friend serve in your blue friend serve gang in your before blue friend he left?
He was. He he was the right hand of the high priest.
I see. This Barossa gentleman. Sorry, is it gentleman or lady? I'm assuming. I shouldn't assume.
It's a lady.
It's a lady, of course.
Can I incite that
And
is she telling the truth?
I don't know.
I'm asking DM. Can I incite her?
Oh yeah, you can tell me inside her. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She seems to be telling the truth, as far as you can tell. I mean, you're fairly decent at reading people, so.
mm,
I was figuring it out, but I am grateful for your help. Thank you.
If he was the right hand of the high priest, that seems like a great honor, one that would take a lot of time to sort of work your way up to that position within your hierarchy. Was he with your temple for a long time, or did he transfer in from somewhere else fairly recently?
He's been there for. He was there before I got there, and I've been there for 2 years.
How did you find us? How did you find our friend?
The priest told us they found him with scrying magic. About that time, one of the guards burst through the front door. It's the one that was sitting here, not drinking. He's like, "Is everybody?" Oh, he looks around at the bodies. So you guys are okay? Everybody okay? And then he
Well,
looks
not
over.
everybody.
He looks over at the body. Oh, you have a prisoner. Oh yeah, we'll definitely take her with us. And then 2 more guards come in behind him as he's talking.
before you take
We
her,
want to definitely come along and have a chat with any other prisoners you've got.
Well, that'll be up to the captain.
what's the time now?
About 3 o'clock, about 3 a.m.
Oh. So before you take her, she is a mage that can make cat. Make sure she gagged or cut her tongue. I don't know what, but be careful. She is very. She have dangerous spells she can cast. We had hard time
Oh,
to beat her.
oh, oh. Well, then, yes, we'll definitely keep her gagged. And,
But she also seems to be quite crazy. I wouldn't trust anything she tells you.
oh, well, okay. And these two guards come over and start to untie the knot. Dan, give me a sleight of hand check, please, on how well you tied these knots today. Oh, Dan's been practicing.
As they're sort of working, Dan is just going to be once again like telepathically just speaking into her mind. Is just trying to get a sense of like the Great One, and then have like an image of like peaceful communal living, monks meditating, peace chanting, and then again the Great One and an image of like destruction, apocalypse, the end of the world, mad people dancing around a fire, and just to try to see which image she responds to as more likely.
So the image you get back is not a persona per se, but it looks like a storm that's rolling across the ocean waves. Right? One of those where the waves are crashing and just, huge waves, lightning, thunder, tons of wind and rain, with this dark cloud moving towards you.
Yeah, after taking her, like if after they leaving, I'll gather Dan and Leon and speak with them. I think I'm sure you understand. For some reason, I'm with them, but at the same time, I took something from them because I'm sure they're dangerous and apparently crazy people, but I don't know why. So there are theory in my mind that we might return to the place that we start, if you remember, and we look there again. We might have something. Oh, I will turn to them. Maybe I'm the orb you have. Maybe the one I give it to you. I'm not sure.
It might be. Before she left, I reached into her mind. She sent me an image. It's kind of abstract of what that Great One looks like. Storm and chaos and toiling seas. It might not have been a coincidence that we were in a shipwreck.
Timelines does seem to match up.
If we can find Chromash, he told us a little bit about the Guardian Project. It might be that this Great One that they're following is either one of the Great Ones that might be unlocked if the keys open the doors they need to, or that they are guardians of it trying to stop that happening somehow. We need more information.
We do need a footprint on Chromash.
Yeah, but Storm doesn't erase people memory. Like four of us in like memory lost. This is not, there's something happened like together.
I agree.
At
It's not
that
a
moment.
coincidence that we all lost our memory.
Yeah, because I'm sure not every one of us get his head hit by something and we lost our memory. There's something happened to us. Someone, or something doesn't want to remember.
Would I be aware of any magic that could be cast that would cause the effect, like amnesia?
Give me an Arcana check at disadvantage. No, you not off the top of your head. You start thinking, you're like, most of them are temporary,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, no, fair
like
enough.
most of the things that you know of are temporary, so they're not long term.
Okay, it was just worth a shot.
Leon, all this talk of the ships and stuff has brought back to the forefront of your mind that the ship is going to be back today.
Oh, that's today?
Yep. Well, sometime today.
All right. So I'll remind the group of that somebody recognized me or my group and said the ship is going to be arriving from that group today. And it just seems like too much of a coincidence. A ship, and we just heard talk of coming from an island. We washed up to shore on a ship, and I think that's worth checking out. But
I agree.
We need to finish getting some rest. Then we need to try and find Chromash and find out what's going on with that ship.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll hand over the prisoner to the guard.
Yeah, they took her and left.
Did they make any arrangements for Darlene?
No.
Is the bartender conscious?
No, he's still out.
Okay.
He'll be up in a couple of hours. You know, I mean, Dan can tell you he'll be awake in a couple of hours, but there's no way of telling how long.
All right. Leon, we'll go upstairs. I'll get some linens and I'll wrap Darlene's body just as we wait to find out what to do with it.
And where are you putting Lothgar?
Did he have a bed in back? Can we put him back where
he's got a bed. He's got a bed back here. You can put him back there on his bed. Well, technically, it's over on this side.
And if there's locks on the doors, make sure he's locked in good.
Sure. That's about it. You do notice that the only zombie body that is still there and not a puddle, those other ones have moved into, like literally dissolved into giant puddles of blood. The only other body is the zombie that was the doorman.
All right, I'll get him wrapped up in linens as well, placed next to Darlene.
Okay. Put him over. What was I using for him? Oh, generic guard A. Put him over here too. So yeah, so you guys have the two bodies wrapped up. Lothgar is going to be sleeping away here until he feels better, and
Dan's just gonna go over to the bodies, rummage around in his coin pouch, take out 4 copper pieces, and just place like 2 copper pieces over the eyes of Darlene and the doorman. And then just stand and do a little bit of the same sort of flurrying with his quarterstaff that he was doing when he was casting Decaying Veil to like rot the bodies, but without actually casting it this time. But just sort of as a little bit of ceremony.
As you're placing those onto their eyes and start to flourish, a flash of a small prayer, like a piece of a prayer, like not a full one, but like a piece of a prayer comes to mind. It's a prayer for the dead.
Sand and a wave and things taking shape. I don't remember the words.
So are you guys heading back to bed for the remainder of the evening?
I believe so. That's Leon's intention.
Leon doesn't feel very good, does he?
Leon took a few hits.
Leon got a little pounding. Yeah, so are you guys going to have a guard? Set up
Yeah,
some
I'm
watches?
gonna. Yeah, I'll set. I'll be the first watch. If I'll take the all watch if that okay. I didn't like. I'll take a short rest and.
Yeah, you managed to get all your stuff. You guys all managed to get your rests in. Uh, so
Awesome.
it'll be you'll finish your long rest. So there's Leon's. You guys can go ahead and do that. Leon takes a long rest. Because you guys were almost done with it.
Awesome.
And Dan gets his. So you guys go back to sleep for about another 4 or 5 hours. You guys are kind of exhausted from the fight. Like, it was kind of stressful. I mean, this has been kind of stressful. But you wake up about 7:30, 8 o'clock. Lothgar's awake, but still in bed.
I'll ask him what he wants us to do with the bodies to Darlene and the doorman.
You have to go see the for Darlene. You have to go see the stone speaker over in the dwarven quarter, or you'd probably be able to easier to probably just go ask the Hammerstones. They'll know where the speaker of the stone is. As for Carl, he didn't have any family, so whatever you want to do, give him a nice burial. Probably take him over to the Temple of the Sun.
Shouldn't the guards they come take their? Isn't it like a guard?
Nope, he's just a guy. He's basically just the bouncer.
Oh. We have a.
Like in this city, there's no coroner that we call. This is just something we need to take care of this ourselves.
Well, you take him to whatever priest they belong to normally. The dwarves have their own. Generically, everybody goes to the priest of the sun. It's kind of like the Potter's Field guy. Like, yeah, the priest of the sun. There's a dead body. Oh, okay, and they just kind of do their thing. If you don't know what religion, who they worshipped or what they worshipped.
All right, Leon will start the day trying to do that. Try to find a cart and get those bodies where they need to go. The others don't need to go with Leon. He'll take care of that.
Okay.
Before Leon go, I will whisper. You know the place that Kermish he resident, right?
Yes, I remember.
Then we gonna after you finish, you gonna find us there.
Yeah, I'll meet you there.
Okay.
Yeah, you find a little cart
Okay,
in the back that's normally used.
Do you have any indication?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, do we have any indication of when you're expecting this ship to come in, Leon?
I just know it's sometime.
We should.
But I mean,
we should probably
come in
spend some
and leave
time.
in a matter of hours. It'll be here for a while once it gets there. So I don't think there's a chance of missing it.
Okay. Do you want to perhaps maybe pay some kid to keep an eye out and come find us when it docks? Maybe.
We could do that, I guess. We're going to be moving around. I don't know how easy it'll be for the kid to find us.
And
I think we need to check on Chromash this morning.
yeah,
No, I agree. We definitely have to go to see if we can find that slimy little.
I'm going to take care of these bodies. I'll meet you at Chromash's place. Okay. Well, I'll clarify. Did Orient mean Chromash's glass house or the other inn that we follow?
no, the other end.
Okay, so yeah, I'll meet you at the other inn, and we called it hours time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can follow that up and then maybe check in on the docks this afternoon.
Okay, so Leon, you managed to find a small cart that Lothgar uses to haul stuff in, and put the two bodies in there. And where are you heading first?
Did I get a sense of directions from?
But Lothgar said that the dwarf you can take over to the Hammerstones, and they would know where the stone speaker would be, and then you could head, and then probably, I think anybody can tell you that the temple's over. Yeah, like he gives you general directions where the Sun Temple is.
All right, I'd go to whatever I think is the closer one first.
It would be the Sun Temple.
All right, then I would go there first.
All right, so you head over. It takes you about 20 minutes to get there because you're dragging a cart. And are you in a hurry?
I mean, I'm not dallying, but I'm not like running or anything.
Okay, so yeah, it takes you about 20 minutes to get over there. As you approach, you notice that there's injured people and bodies all around this temple. It's about, it's the size of a nice sized library, public library. You see priests in robes going around tending to people. You see guards bringing people up. You see some guards laying there. It's pretty devastating, right? It looks like the city took a big hit.
All right, so it was a full-on attack last night.
Right, but you didn't. But what you don't see is you don't see any more fighting going on.
Okay. Can I try and grab one of the guards? Ask him what's going on. What have you guys figured out? What happened last night?
Yeah, we were attacked by a bunch of undead, crazy priests and stuff from some weird cult. It's crazy. They were rummaging through. They attacked some of the temples. They attacked the docks. They attacked two of the inns. It's weird. This has never happened before.
Do you know what they wanted? Is there a chance they're coming back?
I have no idea what they wanted. It's probably just to ruin the place.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll let you get back to work.
You managed to find an acolyte there, explain your situation, and they tell you basically to put the body with the rest of the other bodies. There's probably about 30 or 40 bodies just laying out there at the moment.
I'll set his body down there and make sure that the copper pieces are still in place that Dan put there.
Okay.
Then head on to the next one.
Then you head over to the Hammerstones. So the rest of you guys are heading over to the other bar?
Yeah, I believe Orient will do the same, and I think he will get the same answer by asking a guard what happened.
Yes, he would get the same guard, unless you're talking to one of the higher ups, which you don't seem to find. All you see is like the regular guard. You guys approach as you start to come down the street. You notice that there's smoke pouring from where the bar would be, and as you round the corner, you see the remains of the bar. It's been burned totally to the ground.
Okay, I think we can find him, but before that, I have something. My thought. The guard said if they really want me, they could focus in the fat goblin, but they didn't know where exactly me. They have wild range attack into entire town to find me. So I think wherever that things locate me, but doesn't know where exactly me. So this is a good point just to remember.
Yeah, that they can sort of find you, but they don't know exactly how to
Yeah.
find you.
But still, this is bad. I don't know how. I don't know what kind of magic they can locate me. I need to.
So as you guys approach it, you see that it looks like it's completely leveled, like the building has collapsed into the basement that you guys had come in through. It's just it's gone.
Okay. Mm.
There's a
And
couple of people. You know, the fire looks like it's been put out. There's buckets laying over to the side, and basically there's just people kind of like basically rooting through it to see if they can find anything.
I will go there and search if anything like indicate that Kermish run, or like if I can find his corpse even. Oh, anything.
Give me a perception check and an investigation check. Everybody who's participating in the search for Chromage or his body can do both.
Dan is specifically going to try to pick through the rubble and find the rough area where the tunnel was located to get an indication of whether that was intact enough that people might have retreated through there and tried to like escape through Chromash's house.
So go ahead and give me an investigation check for that. Yeah, you managed to find. It looks like the from where you're at above it, it looks like it collapsed in front of it, but it doesn't look like where you're standing. It doesn't feel like the ground has sunk in over the entrance. So you assume that it's still intact. That was a pretty beefy door. Orient, can you give me your perception check?
Perception also. Okay.
Yeah, investigation and perception, because you're doing both. You're sorting through and you're looking. Echo, your investigation. Okay, so you managed to find the section of the building that would have been where you guys met Orient or met Chromage, and you do find the body of the that weird hench person with the tentacles.
Oh, the one who we managed. We find his the evil twin brother.
Yeah.
Oh God, I will tell the guys. Sai, Dan, do you remember that evil brothers in the cave that we talked to them? He said he have a brother, right?
I think so.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I remember.
And I think we found him.
Echo, you notice Chromage's journal underneath the neck. Like when Orient starts pointing out the body and stuff, you see something underneath him, under some of the rubble, and you find his journal.
Right. Okay. I'll pick that up and start having a look through.
It is written in code. There's nothing that even remotely resembles a language. Like, you recognize some of the symbols, but it looks like he wrote every word with, symbols from 2 or 3 different languages backwards. Like, it really doesn't make any sense to you at all.
Sai.
Okay, well, I'll pass that over to Dan and see what. This is in some sort of cipher. I don't know whether or not you might be able to do something with this.
Just double checking the wording. I think specifically I would only be able to interpret like the literal meaning of each of the runes.
Yes. Yeah, you can read. You can read the individual runes, and they don't make any words, but you notice that there's I'm going to go ahead and say that this also allows you to recognize what kind of text it is, what language it is. So there is Dwarven, Elvish, there is Sylvan, Draconic, and what's the name? It would be Ignan, which is the Earth Elemental Primordial.
No, Ignan's fire. Terran is
Terran, is it? Yeah. So it's written in those 5, and you're like, oh, I know what that is, and you can see, like, as you flip through the pages, you can see the difference, and you're like, it kind of makes, like, you can start to see a pattern, but you would have to spend a lot of time studying this to figure out, anything about it.
Okay, to imagine that it's basically the patron like substituting words and giving that information. So the longer Dan's looking at it and it's just things flashing at him, he's just getting a little bit dizzy. I'll need to spend some time with it, but I can probably figure out what it means.
Then we need to wait for Leon to come back first. Then I'm not sure what we're gonna do.
So all of this took you guys about an hour because, like I said, this place is destroyed, and you're also picking around through. You're basically spending time digging through rubble.
The dead body. The dead body. There's nothing with it. Like, is he holding something? Oh.
No. His body is basically what's left of it. If you want to give a medicine check, anybody who wants to examine the body, if you want to pull it out and examine it, you can give me a medicine check. Yep, he's dead.
He's dead.
I was hoping you'd be a tad more specific.
Burned.
Yeah, burned. That's what you get. You have a burned body. Is basically what you get. Like you recognize who it is because you've seen him more than once. But if anybody else wants to give him a once over, Leon, as you make your way through the city, it's not as bad as it first appeared. It seems like specifically they targeted temples and inns, right? So a couple of the bed and breakfasts that you guys knew of have been kind of wrecked. Most of the temples, as you pass some of the other temples, some of the temples are still smoldering. But as you get to the center of town, you notice that it looks largely undamaged, like because there aren't any inns there, and there's no temples there in the middle of the city in the market square. It looks mostly undamaged. And as you come in, you notice the gentleman you met before. Where is his name? Reginald Ostagar, the guy with the cool armor. He's there, and he's in his full regalia, covered in ichor and blood, and there are 3 dwarves standing near him, like they're all standing in a group. And one of them you recognize is Malik, and he is wearing that armor that he made.
The spike armor.
Yeah, the spike armor. He's
Leon
wearing.
is incredibly jealous.
Yeah, he's wearing it, and it's got pieces of things stuck to it. Like every spike, every third spike has got a piece of flesh or hair or something stuck to it. It almost looks like he crawled into something and then crawled back out.
Oh god.
Hell, Malik, I see the armor works well.
Oh yeah, it was great. That's awesome. I just kind of just jumped. You should have seen it. I jumped off the top of the building right there, and he points over to Zibblethorpe's place. He's like, yeah, I jumped off of there, landed in a whole group of zombies, and just flailed around. It was awesome.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
You know, once everything dies down, I'll get my buddies back together and bring them back. See if we can talk them into having them let me wear that armor again.
Corta is standing there too, and she's holding this. It looks like a battle axe, except the front has two blades that come out of it, and almost like a V shape. And then there's a big maul, like a round. It's got like a round maul ball with spikes on the other side, and it is again. It looks entirely undamaged, and she looks completely unscathed. Like her armor is pristine. She looks very good, and she's like, "Oh, hey, what do you got there?"
Oh, we had some action last night, just like you did, it seems. But the barmaid at our end didn't quite make it. I'm seeing to her disposition.
Oh, what was she?
Sorry, what'd you say?
Well, why are you bringing her here?
To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what to do with it. I asked her for some advice, and I was told that dwarves like to be brought here after death.
Oh, you're looking for the stone speaker.
Yes, looking for the stone speaker.
Oh, he's over in the slum quarter with some of the others.
And where is that? Can you give me directions?
Oh well, he'll be back. He'll come back this way. We'll send for him. You can leave her here. We'll guard her.
I would appreciate that. My companions are waiting on me.
Oh, I'm sure. And he's like, hey, Malik walks up to you and goes, hey, one thing, the tools not as effective in combat.
Really? Maybe you just haven't found out how to use them right yet.
Well, I mean, I threw a couple of the wrenches, but I mean, yeah.
Maybe zombies are resistant to wrenches. Who knows?
I don't know. You know, I could probably test that theory out. I'll probably have to go find some more zombies. I'll go look to see if there's any left over.
There could be some roaming around.
Yeah. Reginald looks at you and goes, hey, well met, Leon.
Well met.
It seems you fared quite well yourself.
Well, we survived the night. That's about all we can say.
Well, again, I wish more of the Legion would have been here. It would have been a much different. We managed to just seal off this area. I was over here talking to Corta when it started. So we just cordoned off this area here at the gate and defended the gate. They didn't come through this way, so I'm not sure how they got in. They must have used one of the other gates, or maybe they came by ship or something.
Yeah, maybe they arrived on a ship. That would.
So
Leon doesn't say anything, but he's wondering what kind of meeting Reginald was having with Corta at 3 a.m. Does Leon remember which of the dwarves is the one that crafted the glaive?
It was Malik.
I will commend Malik on his skill, as the glaive has held up quite nicely.
Oh, really? Oh, awesome. I thought it would be a little beefy for you, but it seems like you do quite well with it.
Yeah, I seem to have grown into it.
Oh yeah, awesome. That's good. Don't forget, tell all your friends that they can come here and get their stuff and get some of this armor because I think I'm gonna start making more of this stuff. This seems like it's really
It
good.
looks like it works really well.
Oh, it is awesome.
Maybe try a different set of tools. Maybe not wrenches. Maybe needles. Those those long pike things that weavers use. Those
yeah. The with the looms and stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh, that'd be cool. Huh. Okay. Yeah.
But
Thanks a lot,
no,
man. He kind of shakes you. He kind of like slaps you on the back really hard, and he kind of pokes you like he gives you a slap, but one of the spikes on the arm kind of pokes you a little bit, and you're like.
Leon almost slaps him back on the arm, but thinks better of it.
You make your way back over and find your friends standing over examining a body in the burnt out remains of this what used to be a nice bar, an inn.
I will look to Leon. Leon, do you remember that merfolk that we met here and their one in the cave? They said they're brothers.
Yeah, the hybrid kind of guy. Yes, the one that
Yeah,
looked like your mouse, your rat.
yeah. I will. There's one who said he should kill his brother. I think he already. His brother is dead.
Well, that's unfortunate. Did any signs of Chromash?
No, we couldn't find anything, but we found a book that Dan now looking on it, and I hope he found something.
Well, yeah.
Dan. I'm just going to pull this out here while you guys do. This little thing comes up to you while you're standing there looking at the book.
Another tiny little animal. Oh.
Oh God.
Okay. I'm gonna rummage around in my pack, get out the little cage that's got Luxman and Nagi in it, and just set them down so they can sort of just inquisitively like look through the bar.
As you pull out the cage,
Rations.
Luxman looks. You hear Luxman say, "Oh, I know him."
You do?
Yeah, he was with us before, and the Almirage kind of looks up at you and goes, hi. And as he smiles, you see these rows of shark teeth. You know how they have the multiple rows? Like, he looks really cool, and then he smiles, and you just see these rows and rows of these vicious teeth in his mouth. He's like, hi. I'm I'm Tor. I noticed that you have friends with you. Can I go with you? My master is he's dead.
Oh, you poor thing.
And
Of course.
he kind of looks up. You see him look over at the body of the hybrid.
Okay. Dan, what is that?
Dan has just like scooped up this little bunny with the shark teeth.
and the unicorn horn.
Yeah.
Dan, what's going on?
It's a giant pygmy space hamster with a horn.
I think this little guy was the familiar to our friend over there with the tentacles. There were a lot of wizards doing the chimeric work, like Luxman here.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
By the way, Dan, you still have the flying snake?
Yeah. Now you still.
Yeah, I am fully considering multi-classing into Swarm Keeper at this point.
I will turn to say, I hope there will not be more because I don't know. Dan, just take care of them and take care of them. And so, guys, do we look to Leon the ship? What do you think, Leon? Do you want to go with you?
We could swing by Chromash's house. I'm sure we'll find much of the sand, but I don't want to leave that stone unturned.
By the way, Leon, how the state of the city?
I'll relay to them that damage seems to be focused at the temples and the inns. I don't know if Leon would put it together, but Robert's currently thinking that they knew we were in the city, but they didn't have an exact fix on Orient, so they attacked the places they thought he most likely would be.
Yeah,
Seems reasonable.
that makes good sense.
Yeah.
That's a reasonable deduction for Leon.
No, I understand Leon didn't think of that. Just Robert.
Just Robert gets it. Leon's like, eh.
No, Leon just relays what he saw.
Oh yeah.
Don't worry, Orient already make that that idea that they doesn't know where exactly he, but they believe he is in ends, but not. I don't know about temples, but maybe because
Well,
he was right hand with some high priest, maybe thought they Orient go one of these temple.
well, I mean, we do some things. I mean, I think one thing that we definitely know is that Chromash didn't know that you were part of this cult previously, because otherwise
And
he would have
apparently I'm not
recognized
with
you
them.
and said something. No. But whatever happened before was before. I 100% understand that. But for a while, it seems that you were part of that organization for some reason or another. And it sounds like it was at least for a couple of years.
But I want to know the reason why did
No, I agree.
I believe I figure out the reason that they are crazy cultists and they need to be stopped. And I believe my best self saw something that might put the world in danger, and he decided to try to do something. But this is one of the theory that in my mind. Another thing that I might be a spy for some another organization, and I was with them until I get to higher rank to become the right hand for the high priest that I
It's
killed.
possible. The big question is why you killed him.
Why didn't you just find out where they were hiding the thing and then pick the lock and take it? That's what I would have done.
I will tap Dan. Not everyone was good with luck, Dan. I don't believe I'm good with luck.
Not everyone has quite your facility with doors, my friend.
So, as Leon said, let's go and look. I believe that place been already been destroyed before, and I believe it destroyed more. But why not? Let's go and check on it. And believe I'm gonna follow Leon because Leon said he want check Karmash in the glass house, right, Leon?
Yeah, let's just check on the way out because I mean, don't leave that stone unturned.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might as well. I agree. Once we've checked Chromash's house, then we can go maybe down to the docks and go and see if we wait for this boat to come in and find out what the hell is going on.
But before that, do you remember their house inside there? They're guarding down. Maybe he's hiding there.
Yeah, we can check the garden.
Dan is just going to check with Tor. Did anybody go into the tunnels when the tavern got attacked?
I think so.
That's very helpful.
Master was fighting them.
He sounds like he was a very brave man.
Oh, he was awesome. He's, he once he once killed a dragon.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it was a small one, but it was still a dragon.
Dan, my friend, are you talking to that horned rabbit?
Yeah. This is Tor.
Can you ask Thor what exactly killed his his friend here, or his master. I don't know.
My friend Orient wants to know what specifically attacked here in the tavern. We were attacked by some nasty sort of orc cultists and some undead. Was it the same here?
No orcs. It was. Let's see. There were things that used to be dead but aren't, and then there were some elves. I think the ones with the pointy ears, the skinny ones. Except they were really dark colored, like not like they looked like that. And he points over to like a burned piece of wood, and then there was this thing that had tentacles. At least I think they were tentacles. I wasn't paying too much attention. I was hiding.
Makes sense.
What he said, Dan?
It sounds like part of the same force, but different. Some undead, some kind of tentacle monster, and elves, but with kind of burnt skin.
You said tentacle monster. Ask him if that tentacle monster he looked like exactly his master or his friend.
I wouldn't have thought so, but I guess I'll ask. You said tentacles. Is that like the tentacles that your master had, or were these more sort of jellyfish-like tentacles?
They were jellyfish. Jellyfish. I don't know what jellyfish is. Tentacles oh, what's that thing? Oh, the stuff the fishermen bring in. The long skinny ones with the whole bunch of arms, and then the two big ones on the side. Kind of like that, only it was round.
So a lobster, maybe. He's a little bit shook up still. It was a little dramatic for him.
I first the thing that if you remember that do you remember the bandits that they warned and asked us to warn Kromash? They said they will if Kromash try to find them or send anyone, they will do something on him. But I don't believe they will do their action fast. They are different people, but the same. Now we have these bandits. By the way, is there anyone close to us? Like I keep hitting the. I don't want to talk.
Yeah,
Like
most people aren't paying any attention to you.
yeah. So
There's
yeah.
people. There's the people who are helping, and then there's the occasional looter who's like rummaging through the place to see if there's anything valuable still left in the building to take.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take Leon and Sai and Dan like aside and tell them. Now to understand that, I don't believe the bandit is the one who attacked this place. If that not, we have two people now that the bandit somehow they want know about the orb, but they don't know exactly what is it. And we have these cultists that they know who I am, and they believe that I killed the high priest. So we have now two party that's searching for the orbs, and of course the third party is Cormash and his friend. And look down, and one of his friends is dead.
Are we assuming that the orb that Dan has is the same one from the temple?
Maybe I give it. I'm not sure. Maybe I give it to him or something because I believe I didn't see anything. And I remember searching that ship before I meet you and I meet the another. There wasn't anything there.
Okay.
Uh,
So yeah,
so
you're right. There's two groups of people looking for these orbs, and we have two different orbs.
I
so
guess the concern is that if the High Priestess has been scrying, looking for you, is it possible that they would know about bandits in the cave and potentially go there next?
I don't believe so because if they're somehow know I am in the town at that night, because don't forget, Dan, we've been few days out of the city and they didn't attack when we traveled.
It was the
So
first night we were back in town that they attacked.
yeah, so they know exactly when I come back.
It could be then that they've got somebody who's keeping an eye on the gates, city gates, and it was reported when you came into the city.
Before we go, let's go to the market. There's something in my mind. I'm not sure if it's gonna work, but at least if it helps, it's good.
Okay.
So before we go to the Chromash house, I will go to the market. Is any like by the way, is the market is
I'm
still open or
go-
closed or
I'm going with him.
I just assumed you were all going, right?
Yeah. Now, as we're walking, I'm just telling him, and you know what? He killed 3 zombies just by jumping on them. That armor is amazing.
what you're talking about?
The armor that Malak made with the spikes on it, it works really well.
We cannot talk about this, Leon. I believe you 100%, but it's not about. We're gonna talk about that later. But first, let's start with the priority. And by the way, how much you have, Leon?
How much what?
How much money you have? Gold?
Leon pulls out his coin purse that is very much blowing in the wind.
I will,
He does this, and you hear 4 coins rattling about, none of which are gold.
yeah, I will tap. I believe they need gold to buy them. So
Remember, he's just going to let me wear it as a prototype.
yeah, this is the reason I refuse, but because I'm afraid you stuck inside it or you hurt yourself.
I mean,
Oh, you
what
hurt
kind of armor doesn't let you take it off? That's ridiculous.
That's smart. When we come back, let's check on that armor because this time I think it doesn't. It is not prototype.
Well,
But before,
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
sounds like
saying.
Malik has had an opportunity to test it out for himself, and if it works as well as you say it has, then he's probably going to want a little bit more for it now that it's
Yeah,
a
but
sort of
we
proven
missed the
effective.
opportunity because you guys didn't believe me that it was a good thing. Okay, just go do your thing in the market.
yeah, let's go. Is the market open?
And so you guys get to the market. Again, you see Malik is busy. As you come in, you see Malik kicking open a door and running in and going, "Ah!" Oh, and he kind of like walks back out of the building. Like
Leon's already halfway to him by the time he walks out. Oh,
yeah, they're all empty. Everybody's gone. There's no more monsters.
that's a shame.
know.
You just did too good a job last night.
I know. One is a
Maybe you might get lucky. You got monsters lying around.
yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. So what brings you guys back here?
I'm searching the place to buy a cloak.
A cloak.
Yeah.
Jennifer's got all the cloaks, but I don't know if she's there or not.
Can you show me, please, where she is?
No, Echo, you know where Jennifer's is.
The one who sold you the clothes, if
Yeah.
you remember.
The one that told me the dress
Yeah.
Yeah.
code.
Oh no, not the new dress. The one that sold you the stuff before.
Yeah.
The tailor.
The one that's yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So you guys head over to Jennifer's. The door is shut. You try to open it. It seems barred.
I will knock it. Miss Jennifer, are you here?
Go away! Don't come in! I'll shoot you!
Don't worry. Everything is fine now. We get rid of, and the people here able to get rid of these monsters. You can't come out.
I'm not worried about the monsters. Worried about the looters.
Oh. I apologize. I come here just to buy a cloak.
We're closed.
At, at least can you pass it door? I will give you a gold.
Who else is with you? Right here.
Hi, I'm Leon.
I hear voices.
Yeah, they're my friend here. One of my friend, if I remember, it was a customer to you, and I will push Echo to her. Can you speak her to please?
Sai, I think you're muted. Or your audio's out again.
Hi, it's Leon. Remember me? We bought some stuff here a week and a half ago or so.
Oh, the nice linen. Yeah. Hold on a second.
Right, sorry, I missed the last little bit of that.
Jennifer is unwilling to open the door because of looters. She's close.
Okay, I'm gonna use this.
Oh, yeah.
And now I'm going to say, listen, honestly, just open up. It will be in and out, and you can make some money as well. It won't be the day won't be a total loss.
Oh, Echo. Oh, hi.
Jesus, what? Okay, so yeah, but I treat a roll of 7 or lower as an 8, so it's 8 plus 8, which is a 16.
Yeah. So you hear her kind of rummage around a minute, and then you hear the of the door, and she kind of cracks the door open and peeks out. She's like, "Here's your cloak. 5 silver." She sticks her hand.
I'll give her the 5 silver.
Right, and she hands you the cloak, and she's like, "Thank you for your business," and then slams the door and closes it.
Thank you.
I said I will give her 1 gold. Like
Don't
the
worry,
moment I take.
Just slip it over the door.
You can give me the 5 silver. It's all good.
Okay, I will give Echo the 5 silver.
Okay.
Excellent. And I hand over the cloak.
And I will start wearing the cloak, covering my face, my hand, and trying to be not close as a blue man walking. And of course, I'm wearing my chainmail, and of course, it cover my hands and my legs, so I'm covered up. So it will not be easy to know I am like a Triton. Like I will be like a normal person, human, walking street.
All right, let's go check on Chromash's house real quick.
Yeah.
Hey,
okay.
Thanks for the follow, Liz Akita. Liz Akita, thank you. So you guys head over to Chromash's place. Totally empty. It looks just like it was when you left it the last time.
All right, so it doesn't look like it's gotten worse. Nobody else has been here.
Nope.
I will enter it.
Do we
I
want
will
to go
enter.
check the garden and check the tunnels?
Yeah. I believe he's there. He's here there.
When you go back into the gardens, let me pull that up actually.
Wonder if that chest still works.
Move you guys around here real quick. Wonder if the chest still works. That's your goal, really?
I'm just musing aloud.
So you guys come into the garden, and what is going on here? Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of lag. I think maybe my keyboard batteries are dying. You guys come in and you see the middle menageries glass has been broken a little bit, and some of the vines are like snapping through the wall, like they've come through the wall now, and you're kind of like snapping at things. And you do see a couple of people milling about. Once you guys get around to the side where you can see, over here you see people. Just random commoners. Just your generic, everyday people.
Is this like a public garden, or this was a Chromesh's private?
No, this
garden?
is Chromesh's private.
Hey, guys, you guys enjoying the garden?
No. We tried to go out of the building, and one of the plants grabbed Bob, and then we ran back out.
Oh, well, maybe you shouldn't go into buildings that aren't yours.
Well, we were escaping through the tunnels to get here, so we wouldn't be dead.
Oh, guess that makes sense.
And then we figured that we just go into this other place because it's got more doors and not a tunnel.
Can I check if they are looters? Like, are they holding something? No.
Yeah, they got some stuff in their hands, but I mean,
Is Bob still in there? You said Bob was grabbed. Did he get out?
Well, I don't know. We left. It was trying to eat him, so we didn't stay.
Bob, you okay?
Are you going to open the door?
Yeah, Leon's gonna open the door because nobody's
Okay.
stopping.
Okay, so Leon, you open the door and you see part of Bob.
Oh God!
Ooh, guys, Bob's not doing great.
Part of Bob is laying on the ground. The other part of Bob seems to be encapsulated in what can only be described as a carnivorous plant.
What do we do about this, guys? Bob's currently being eaten by a plant. That's a new one for me.
Is he still alive? Like, is he screaming?
No. There's his lower torso from his waist down is laying on the ground. The rest of
Leon just picks it up by the ankle. I don't think he's doing all right.
You're going close enough to. You're going close enough to get close to it. Oh, okay.
I guess I am.
Okay.
Oh God.
Okay.
I am 100% not. I am standing back from the large man-eating plant.
Can I grab Leon before he try? Like,
No, Leon's already inside. So Leon, as you reach over to grab Bob, two of these vines that have little snappy teeth. They think Venus flytrap, only mounted at the ends of vines.
Right.
And one of them reaches out and tries to grab you and misses, and the other one reaches out, tries to grab you, and hits. An 18 hits, right?
18 hits, yes.
All right. And you take
feed me
6 points of piercing damage as this thing grabs a hold of your shoulder.
Feed me.
Hey, stop it! I'm just trying to get Bob.
I will grab Leon and I will pull him back.
I'm gonna try and cut the vine if I can.
Yeah, go ahead, make an attack roll. Yeah, you hit it easily. Yeah, you lop this section of the vine. Now the piece is still stuck on your arm, but you've lopped it off and then backed up. It looks like it's got a reach of about 10 feet or so. And
I'll back out.
basically just kind of attacks anything that moves.
I'll back out, dragging half of Bob with me.
Okay, you drag out half a bob.
I think the plants are trying to eat people.
You say so? Yeah, I believe. And it's Bob is already dead. You didn't have to pick the another half.
Well, yeah, you're probably right.
You as you drop this on the back, you hear one of the female of the group in the back just start to puke into the shrubbery back there.
Yeah, maybe don't go into that building anymore, guys.
Oh, we hadn't planned on it. Why the hell did you drag out half his? You should have just left it there so we could eat the rest of him. That's disgusting.
Leon throws Bob back in there.
Oh, what?
Leon, stop laughing at me.
as soon as it lands, one of those tentacles shoots out, and then you see another a vine from the big green. So the ones that's attacking is this one right here. This big green one, you see three vines kind of writhe across the ground and grab a hold of one of the legs, and this thing's got another leg, so they kind of start pulling it and then end up pulling it apart.
Leon closes the door. Maybe we should lock this door. Dan, can you lock the door?
I can give it a try, and I'll like duck down and just check and see is there an actual like latch or lock that I could lock into place.
Yeah, it's got a lock on it. It's fairly simple.
I will look to Dan. Do you remember, Dan, when I told you do not enter this place? Do you remember, Dan?
No, I don't remember that.
Good. I hope you never remember. I remember that. I'm happy, but be careful. Do not enter this place. Is there, especially with your size, you'll be very good snack at them, and just be careful. I will like stay close with Dan because anything will happen. Like I will grab him fast and pull him if these players try to somehow.
Yeah, you guys managed it. So what are you guys doing other than not going into the carnivorous plant room?
Leon's going to take a quick trip over to the plants he remembers from last time that smelled really good to him.
Oh, yeah.
I will tell the. Did you enter the house? The one behind you.
Who, us? Yes, we came out of the house. Through the tunnel.
Yeah, but is there anyone else with you?
No.
Besides Bob?
Just us. And, well, Bob. But, no, just us.
Did you at least saw before you entered the tunnel? Did you see at least a dwarf?
Nope, no dwarves. Just us.
How did you find out about the tunnel, by the way?
I don't know. Bob knew where it was.
Oh.
We just followed Bob.
Didn't we met Bob before? I forget.
There's no way to recognize him from his lower torso.
Yeah, I
just
know.
saying. That's,
I mean the name.
No, not that you recall. Leon, as you get over here, you start smelling these, and they smell really nice again. But they also remind you, you now realize why they smell so good. It smells like salt, like damp salt.
Okay, smells like the coastline.
Yeah.
All right, I will. If there's a nice blossom somewhere, I'll clip it and just tuck it into like a clasp somewhere in my armor.
Oh, sure.
Leon's looking pretty.
I will look to Sai and Dan because Leon so far. If Bob know this tunnel, and know this place. He should be know about this planet. So it is one
Well,
of these two. I will turn behind me. I believe these people are liar and pushed follow Pop here and pushed him inside the planet house.
Hey! I didn't push anybody into the house.
Dan's just gonna once again just lean down to Tor. Tor, did your master have a friend named Bob?
Bob. Oh, yeah, he was the one that brought us food all the time.
So yeah, it looks like Bob was one of the people who knew about the tunnel. He might not necessarily have been high up in the organization, but it might just be that when the fight broke out, he kind of panicked and ran towards the back exit, and these people recognized he seemed to know where he was going and followed after him.
But why he enter here? Why he enter the planet house?
But we were all going to go in there. Bob just went in first and got attacked, so we shut the door.
All right, let's just give these people's direction, the real directions out of here.
Before they leave, can I inside them?
Sure. They are totally honest with you. These are three random patrons that saw a dude heading for an exit and followed him.
Their clothing and attire matches that, I assume.
Yeah.
I will help Leon with that. I'll just with Leon show them the way exit and tell them just.
Oh no, I think we're good here. We're probably going to just stay in this little house here until things aren't all zombie-like and tentacle-filled.
It's been done. Oh wait, you said tentacle.
Yes.
Can you describe it, please?
Yeah, like a squid, only it was a ball, or maybe an octopus. No, more of a squid. More of a squid, only it was round-shaped.
You know how far we are from the sea?
Look, it was floating in the air. It had a bunch of tentacles. It was black. And I ran.
Does Orient will recognize something like that? It is from the sea and...
Leon just slowly turns his head to look at Dan. Sounds like something Dan would come up with.
No, Orient, this is not a sea creature.
Can we roll like
you can
nature
roll,
or Arcana?
You can roll Arcana. You can roll Arcana.
Okay. I can use some magic, so I'll roll. Oh.
Yeah, for some reason it's got me labeled as Leon. I don't know why.
What?
Huh. Do you have my token selected?
No, when I loaded into this scene specifically, it's assigned me the Leon token and character sheet. I don't know why.
I know why.
I'm tried refreshing and it's not.
Let me fix that. No, I know why. I know why. Do you remember you were in charge of Leon's token because you had to move it because Leon was incapacitated?
I don't remember that.
Yes, I will take you off of that. You don't remember that?
No, that doesn't. I don't think that happened.
No, that didn't happen. No, Leon must have been asleep. Right?
Yes. Sometimes I just occasionally sleepwalk. I wake up in a strange place.
That's yeah. Hold on. I was doing something. You interrupted me. I'm trying to find a picture. I want to see everybody's roll. Very laggy. I'm not even sure if they still have those in this edition. That's another thing is I keep using monsters that don't exist anymore. Yeah, it doesn't look like maybe they're because I'm only selecting those. Okay. No, it's not that, but let's see here. They would be under. Sorry. Did you guys make your rolls? Let's see if that's the. I might have to switch it to that. We'll see. Because none of those are what I want.
Hmm.
Let me see. Let me take a look at this. Sorry about that.
I made pizza and I told them there are one in the oven and they forget, so it burned entirely.
The pizza chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm still eating it.
Let me find the last one that I brought in here. Nope, it'll have to be. It'll have to be this. So what did everybody roll here? Dan got a 16. Echo got. Oh yeah, everybody got it. All right. So instead, we'll change the description just slightly because this is what they saw.
Oh God.
Because the thing that I wanted does not exist.
That's a little terrifying.
Yeah.
I was going to say something very similar to that. That's ugly.
The other one is more terrifying, but
Let's not meet that one then.
yeah. So yeah, like it looks like a squid, right?
He have a mouth of a bird and some brain.
It kind of looks like a jellyfish with a beak.
Leon does not believe these people at all as they're describing this thing to him. There's no way. But yeah, guys, should we check out the tunnel or just call it good?
Yeah, just let them they are still here, gonna stay here. But I'll look to them, telling them, yeah, you don't have to worry because everything is good upstairs, so you can go up.
A little bit of looting.
Leon, you don't have to make things harder for me, please.
What? No, it's just tell them what's going on out there.
Yeah, they will figure out by themselves.
Maybe they want to get in on the looting.
I don't want them to loot.
Well, okay.
They're not looting. So what are you guys doing with them?
Just I'd say let them be.
Yeah. If they want to stay here, it's up to them. But I will tell them there's nothing upstairs, like nothing to fear. We already took care of everything. Not us. We took care of some part of it.
Yeah, we're just gonna go check out the tunnel. We'll be back in a bit probably.
Okay.
Remember, don't go in there. Don't go in the plant room.
We won't. Promise.
Leon, they saw someone been eating. I don't think you don't need to tell them that.
I'm just making sure.
Oh, okay. And by the way, Leon, just please don't touch the chest if it is
You're not
using.
curious whether it still works or not?
I don't know, but I'm curious like you. But I don't want. This time we don't have scroll that will remove the thing that you get last time.
I just want to know if it still works or not. But okay, we can just go down the ladder.
Yeah. Before that, I will look to the table. Are the table the same that last time we come here? No one touch it. Oh, it is.
No, yeah, it's exactly the same. I mean, it's been rooted through a little bit because of people.
So yeah, we're gonna go the tunnel and look.
Yeah, there's nothing in the tunnel. It ends up being collapsed.
All right, so we'll head back out. No leads on Chromash, unfortunately.
Yeah. So let's look what Leon, the ship that Leon told us about it.
We can grab some lunch and head down to the docks.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I found one I was looking for. You guys head to the docks. So let me pull that up.
If we were going to stop and grab something to eat, I was going to have Dan sit with the book and use my new spell Find Phrase and just see if there's any reference to the Great One in the book.
In which book?
The was it a book or was it a letter that we found in the wreck of the inn? That's written in 5 different ciphers.
Oh, that it was a ledger.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to check and see if there's any reference to the Great One that the cultist was telling us about in that letter at all.
No, there doesn't seem to be any. Oh, what's this one? Yeah, as you guys head through town and end up over by the docks, there's a couple of ships that are don't look so good. Like they're not sunk, but they're in the process of sinking. Oh, that's oh. Each entrance is. Yeah, it does. You said that the elder. You said you were looking for the that. Yeah, no, there's no reference to that guy. Yeah, it seems like there's a couple ships being repaired. Looks like some of the sails are burnt. There's a mast that's tipped over.
Definitely a fight down here on the docks.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I assume all of the ships that are damaged were not ones that arrived today. So
No.
those might not be the ones we're looking for.
No.
Do we see any undamaged ships?
Yeah, there's a few. Like
Okay.
it only looks like a couple that were right next to that, like right up against the city proper, were attacked. The ones that are, either anchored into the bay or, anchored further down on the dock were not. And there seems to be an extraordinary amount of sailors, pirates, ne'er-do-wells that are all standing around. It seems like the poor cultists picked the wrong part of town.
Trying to start a fight in a biker bar.
Yeah, well, this is the purview of the Thieves Guild and the pirates and the ne'er-do-wells. Dan, as you walk, you notice you and Echo notice two halflings kind of back away out of the crowd as you get closer. You recognize them as two of the guys that you had dealings with earlier.
Dan is just clutching his little shark-toothed mouthed bunny to his chest, looking. Hi.
Hi. Just. Hi. And they just kind of back away further, just kind of like try to disappear into the crowd.
I can imagine that Dan smiling and the rabbit while hold the smile also with the shark teeth.
Yeah.
And
They're
both smiling.
they're both just like, where they're like, we have some other place to be. We're not sure where it is, but it's not here.
That's all right. I'm just going to stand next to Dan and smile sweetly at him.
Yeah, they're gone. They disappear into the crowd.
Do you think I should have told them that this time it wasn't me that started a fire?
So, Leon, you notice who the gentleman who appears to be the harbor master. You're not why you know that he's the guy in charge, but he kind of seems like the guy in charge. He's like giving orders and stuff.
Yeah, I'll approach him.
Hi. Can I
Hello.
help you?
Yeah, my name's Leon. I'm just curious if you have any ships registered to arrive today.
Yeah, we had one, but it's not going to make it.
Oh, it's not. What was the name on that ship again?
Well, the name of the ship?
Yeah, name of the ship.
Yeah, it's Twilight's Rose.
And what happened? You got word they're not going to make it in?
Yeah, they sunk.
Oh no. What happened? When?
Apparently a couple weeks ago, from what I understand.
No, but they were registered to arrive here, but sunk. Do you know whereabouts they sank?
Somewhere along the coast.
Yeah. Well,
Word is they ran aground in a storm or something.
that's unfortunate. No word of survivors or anybody?
Oh no. They're
You know of any former crew or anybody with ties to that ship that might be in town?
Some of the guys over there on the. I mean, everybody knows the crew. I mean, it was the Vagabond's hand.
The Vagabond?
The Vagabond's hand. That was the crew. I think there's a former member. That ship down there. He points to one that's just at the very end of the dock. Yeah, this Serpent's Kiss. You can go talk to them.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I will do that.
Leon, what did he say?
Apparently the ship that was supposed to arrive today sank a couple weeks ago off the coast.
I will pull Leon closer. Do you think he meant the ship that would come?
Can't be
Yeah,
sure, but it would be a coincidence. It would be quite a coincidence if there was two ships like that.
He said a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, anywhere else we need to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if I can find some former crewmates of that ship.
Okay, I will follow you behind.
You said Vagabond's Hand. That's like, would Leon know what that is?
It sounds familiar.
Just what would myself, is that like a temp agency for sailors, or is that?
It would be if you go talk to the other person.
Okay, yeah, I'll go talk.
You guys will get the information.
I'll just confidently walk right up to him and go, "Hey, hello.
Can I help?" Oh, you survived?
Apparently.
Well, hell, we thought that the Twilight's Rose lost all hands.
Was that the ship I was on?
Well, if you're part of the Vagabond's Hand, you were.
Yeah,
At least you should have been.
I should have been.
Okay.
But pardon my rudeness. I'm not remembering your name, not recognizing you.
I've never met you. I just noticed your insignia.
Right.
Wait. Oh, there used to be somebody. Hold on a second. Hey, Scurvy Mike. Scurvy Mike, come down here. And
Now, surely a name like Scurvy Mike would ring some bells if I'd heard it.
yeah, you're like, I know a Scurvy Mike.
Yeah, that sounds
And
really.
here comes a lanky fellow. You're not sure. He looks probably half orc. But you're also not sure that he's a humanoid. Like he's got one of those. He's got one of those builds and face. Like he's really thin, really scrawny, but kind of lanky. Like almost like 5'11".
Slender Man.
Yeah, but his face is. He's got like one jagged tooth sticking out sideways across his lip instead of straight up and down. It's like sideways. He's got like greenish brown skin.
He's got scurvy.
Well, yeah. He's like, I'm Scurvy Mike. What's oh, um,
Hey, Scurvy Mike, how have you been?
doing good. What brings you here, Robert? You need a name.
I need a name.
Yep.
Is that up to me to decide?
Well, unless you want me to give you one, I can give you a name.
Oh, I haven't prepared for this.
I thought it might be better if you picked your own former name.
All right, give me 30 seconds.
Fluffy.
Remember, it's a pirate name.
Oh God, pressure.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Fluffy the pirate.
Can we go to break?
Yes, we can go to break. I was about ready to mention that too. We're at the 2-hour mark. We're going to take like a 10-minute break here real quick. I'm going to go check on my minions to make sure nobody has burned down the house or at least started a small fire. Grab some more, grab something to drink, grab a snack. We shall be back. While you're waiting on us, don't forget you can donate to Extra Life. You can donate channel points to have me have me do a special karaoke live stream where I sing songs live. And don't forget to follow and check out comicbookworld at comicbookworld.com, and we will be right back.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, we're back. So, what did you decide?
How does Wyn Fortooth sound as a pirate name? WHYN.
All right, so he says, "Hey, Fortooth, how's it going, buddy?"
Apparently, it's going. Pardon my rudeness. You're Scurvy Pete, right?
Scurvy Mike.
Scurvy Mike. That's right. Sorry, things are a bit foggy for me as of recently. Is there a place we could sit down and talk?
Yeah, come on up here. And he leads you up to the ship, and there's a couple of crates right there by the plank.
Does
Everybody
he
else going
take
with
only
you?
Leon?
Hmm?
I thought he take only Leon. Or are we coming with him?
That's up to you guys.
Yeah, I will be following Leon.
So,
Yeah, I'll go along too.
so Fortooth, who's your friend here?
They're good guys. Some of them a bit square, but they're cool.
That's a guy?
That's a girl, I think.
Oh, well, okay. We said
One of
guys.
them's a girl.
Okay.
I will remove the cloak and show my face.
Very much.
Hey. Thanks for the alert, Korcha. We don't mind lurkers. So what's going on?
I was about to ask you the same. Like I said, things are foggy for me. Something happened. My memory is not what it used to be, and I'm trying to follow the threads and pick up like what happened.
Well, you never were the smart one of the group.
Well, that's kind
not
of
like me.
Yeah, like we can't all be scurvy mics. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. I mean,
But the Twilight Rose. What was the job we were on? Were we doing cargo? Were we doing pickup?
no, that's same as you guys always did. You're privateers. You're probably working for one of the cities, cleaning up keeping the coast clear or something.
Yeah. That's right.
But I heard you guys went down with all hands.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that you made it out.
That's the thing. I'm surprised too. I don't remember it. Something happened.
Well, you probably hit your head.
Maybe. Yeah.
You never were the best swimmer either, so I'm surprised you even made it. You must have.
Yeah, not a big fan of the water. It turns out.
No.
So.
Oh! You know what? Did you get bit by a rat?
I did.
That's
and
what
I apparently I do not like rats. They're
No, you're allergic to rats.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Thank you for. I just turned around like, see, you see, guys.
Yeah. I mean, we would have rats all the time, and the captain was always like, "Hey, Fortooth, go down there and kill them." And you would go down and come back, and your face would be all puffy and
Covered in hives.
covered in hives, and just missing patches of fur. It was just weird. Like I've never seen a cat that couldn't catch a rat.
Hey,
odd.
Come on, Scurvy Mike. That's not cool.
What? It's true.
I've caught plenty of rat in my day. Don't worry about it.
Well, you caught him, but you didn't look good doing it.
Well, I mean, what have you looked good doing?
Hey, who else can sit up there in the crow's nest for 3 days straight without having to come down? Scurvy Mike is your guy.
That's true, Scurvy Mike. Hey, have you been getting fruit? If you had any fruit
stop! Why would you say such a thing?
See, you haven't heard
Meat
any word
only.
from anybody else in the Twilight Rose?
No, everybody. I mean, it's sad to see the captain go. He was a nice guy.
Yeah, that's what was Captain's name again? I mean, I know we just called him Captain. What was his title? His full name?
Captain Rothgar.
All right. Did he have a residence anywhere in town? Anywhere I could go talk to
He
family?
lived on the ship. Nobody lives in town. Ooh, why would you want to live on land?
Well, some people have families. But yeah, so man, anything else on the Twilight Rose? Any
No,
where
I
they?
mean, there's probably quite a bit of loot on it if you search it wherever it went down.
Yeah, that's a mystery though.
I will step on and say, may I ask, do you know anything about the people who was aboard that ship? Oh, what kind of cargo that's been
No, I
delivered?
don't have any idea. I haven't been with them in a year. I mean, it was sad to hear that it went down, but I don't even know who. That's just a scuttlebutt. I don't know who actually saw it.
Then how did you get the information that it went down?
He's not the smart one, is he?
Sailors are just a tight knit bunch. They talk.
Scuttlebutt. He looks at you, Orient, and he says really slowly, "Scuttlebutt."
What did he say?
He called you a scuttlebutt.
I will put my cloak, turn, and get out from the ship, and I will wait outside.
Yeah,
Because I don't
that's the
want.
square one I was talking about.
Yeah.
But no, if I don't know what my plans are. I'm in town for the moment. If you hear of anybody else that made it out of the Twilight Rose, made their way back,
Well,
have them leave me a message at the Fat Goblin, please.
Oh, it's a Fat Goblin. That's a nice place. How's
Yeah.
Lothgar doing? Is he still fat and mean?
He took a couple punches last night. He's seen better days, to be honest.
Oh. He never fought very well, but boy, can that guy cook.
Yeah, he can.
He makes some of the best rat stew you would ever have. Man, in the chunks. And he'd leave a little fur on, right? Just to make it, just to give it some texture.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Well, swing on by sometime next couple of days. Maybe we can share a meal there sometime.
Well, if you guys are looking for work, I'm sure you guys could probably get on here with one of the other ships. Some of those people lost some of their crew last night. We didn't.
No, well, yeah. I'll talk to my partner. See what. Don't really know what we're going to be doing here going forward here, but we'll have that conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good seeing you.
Yeah. Good to see you too, Scurvy Mike.
Stay away from those rats.
Stay away from that fruit.
Yeah.
All right, I guess we'll walk away. Apparently, I'm called Foretooth.
I can see how the resemblance between both of you.
No, he's very skinny. I'm bulky.
I'm not talking about the look.
Wow. Orient throwing some shade.
So
Dan, while you guys were sitting there, Luxman climbed out of the cage and went for a swim. And as you climb back, as you come back down the ramp, he kind of pops out of the water, like trying to do the little flying fish thing with his one wing, and just kind of lands a little sideways in front of you. He's like, "No, this would be better with two of those."
Yeah, I'm gonna work on that. I'll probably need some supplies. I don't think I did the ritual quite right the first time.
Oh, well, what do you need? I mean, maybe me and Nagi and Tor can go find it.
Probably Tor could help, actually. Just gonna check with Tor and go. Your master, when he needed to do sort of spellcrafting work and needed ingredients he would find at an apothecary.
Mm-hmm.
Did he have anywhere he preferred to shop here in the city?
Oh, let me see. You mean for like the powders and fuzzy bits?
Yeah, for that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah. Let me see. Oh yeah. That was the weird lady. Diabella? Was that her name? I think that was her name. Yeah, Diabella. She's kind of cute. She's got horns. She's red. Has a tail. She's got a really nice tail. Comes down and splits into two pieces. I wish my tail did that. All I have is this little fluffy thing. It's not very intimidating, is it?
Okay. If you can remember where she is in the city, or somebody who would be able to direct her.
She was no. The rat guy. The guy sells rats. He knows. He always has nice crunchy rats.
Okay.
And they have he puts this special stuff on them that makes them taste so good.
Yeah, I think Leon was speaking to him the other day. And Dan's gonna pick Luxman up and just now you stay out of sight while we're talking to him, okay?
Oh, okay.
And gently tuck him down into the strap of Dan's sports bra.
Okay.
So I will look to the guys and telling them that. So we don't have a follow up about Kermish. We don't know what to do, and apparently I don't know what to do. But there are things that if we want to accomplish, that we can go there a village in the north, and I believe there are lizard man there. So I'm just saying, if you like to go there, we can go all together if we can.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, if this is we got no other ideas where to look for Chromash. I don't know what we do next.
Yeah. So I thought that maybe if we go there, and we might find some people. I hope not goblins, but find some people they might know more about us, and we might remember a few things. I will turn to Dan and Echo. So, what do you think, both?
We came back to report in the work that we'd done for Chromash, and it seems like he's not here. Hopefully he got out of the city ahead of the attack that was coming.
Maybe.
The other option that is available to us is to return to the cave and speak to Brutus and her bandits. They seem to know something about these orbs as well and be interested in finding them. We might be able to learn more from them.
Yeah, they searched for the orb, Dan. If they somehow found out you have the orb, I don't want to get in a fight with them.
It is understandable.
I do have magic that I could charm one of them perhaps, and get them to talk. They'll be hostile afterwards, but at least we'll know that they'll be telling us the truth at the time.
The guards here were looking for Chromash as well. Maybe they know something they haven't been telling us. Maybe we can find some more out from them.
We can't talk to the captain. To this captain, the guard corporal, if you remember him.
You know, we could go follow up. We handed over a prisoner to him this morning. Go follow up on that. See what they learned from that prisoner that we didn't know.
Yeah.
That seems like a good idea.
As part of that conversation, steer it towards if they found Chromash or they found any evidence of Chromash.
So after that, we finished that and we couldn't find anything. That my idea is they're a village in the north, 3 days from here. If there's
What's in
nothing
that
we're able to
village?
find.
What's there then?
Normally it's the idea was the idea to something to Orient sell something, but Orient no longer want to sell anything. But the idea of he heard about Lizard Man that he might they find something or no they knew something like it just something might yes might not.
All right, so there's a village of lizardmen to the north. If we're looking for money, I might be able to find us a job on a ship. But yeah, I think our best bet's to talk to the guards first.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are going to head over to the guard shack.
Unless somebody else has something they want to do, I think that's a good idea.
Yes, you guys head over there, and it is a bustle with random things going on. You've definitely noticed, basically there's, I mean, it's the typical scene you would see after a city gets attacked. And, you know, with guards running around, people giving out, you know, multiple orders and things like that.
Do we see that? Was it a lieutenant that was there this morning that picked up the guy? Do we see him around?
Yeah. Yeah, he's there.
I'm not remembering his name right now. Did he tell us that?
No, I'll just move on him. Is Corporal here?
Uh, Corporal who?
Law.
Oh, yeah. He's over there with the captain, in the main building, and he points you guys over to the it would be this side. He points you guys over there.
Yeah, we'll go there.
There
Seeing.
are two guards posted outside the door.
We would like to meet with the Corporal Law.
What's your business?
Well, this morning we able to capture one of these cultists, the priests in the inn, fat inn. We the one who able to catch her, and we killed her minions.
Hold on a second. And he knocks on the door, and guard opens it. He's like, "They want to see Corporal Lore." "Hey, Corporal, there's people here to see you." He comes up to the door and he's like, "Oh, you. What can I do for you?"
The prisoner that today come to you. We come here if you figure out anything about these people because they seem they have some kind of goal. They attack here.
"Yeah, all we keep getting from the prisoners is some weird spouting about some crazy god and some orb and a heretic, and it's weird. They're not very talkative.
Can see
One
that.
guy's head even exploded.
Oh, they can be remarkably talkative if you speak to them in the right way.
Oh, well, I mean, what way is that? All right, tell you what, come on in. Come on inside. And he brings you guys inside the room, and you notice there's a couple. It's a small square room. It's got a door to the left. Basically, got two doors, one on each wall, and then there's a big desk. And the captain is sitting behind the desk, and he's like, "What are they here for?" And he's like, "Oh, they captured one of the prisoner we brought in from the Fat Goblin, They're the ones who got her to talk some apparently, and they said that they know a way to get her to talk. He's like, well, we could use all the help we can get. Who made her talk? Which one of you can make her talk?
I will pinpoint to Echo.
Oh,
That's me.
so you and your friend, right? The little one, he always goes with you.
Uh,
Is he like
yes.
your apprentice or something?
He is my companion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you can get any of them to talk, that's fine.
I will tell them about what she said, that they are like the information that she give us, but I will limit that. I will not say they're searching for me. I will tell them that they're searching for someone who stole the orb, and they are from. I will tell them about the storm, and I believe they said some place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
The
I'm
Isle of Sirens Tears.
yeah, the island side. So I
Isle
will
of
tell them
Science
that
Tears. Man, nobody goes over there.
I believe they come from there. They come from there.
Oh, well, then, I mean, that could be a problem.
Why?
Sorry. Excuse, a problem? You've just had several groups of effectively terrorists turn up in your city and start setting fire to things, and they're from the Isle of Sirens Tears. Could be a problem.
Well, yeah. I mean, nobody goes there.
Why?
Had it
Why?
occurred to you?
Well, because it's full of evil cultists, and you have to travel through the storm pass to get there. I mean, nobody goes over there. That's why we don't go over there.
Well, obviously, it seems that some people have come from over there to here.
Well, obviously. What? Look, I only have to deal with what happens in my city. I mean, you can't expect me to.
Well, who would? Do you have a counterpart somewhere that deals with the sea? Maybe somebody who interfaces with the privateers.
Yeah, the dockmaster. He's the one that deals with all those people.
He is city official that would manage contracts
Well,
with
I wouldn't
privateers.
call him a city official. Yes. You know what? Yes, he's the one.
Okay.
I would really like. I'd really like a chance to have a chat to one or two more of these people.
Sure. I already said you could. I mean, which.
Excellent. Could you have one of them? Could you have two of them put in cells next to each other, close
They're
enough
all
that
in
they can
cells
hear?
next to each other.
Are they on their own, or are they bunched up?
No, they're all on their own.
Oh, excellent. Is there a chair in the room that I can bind one of them to it?
I mean, I guess we could find a chair.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I will turn to
It gives you kind of a weird look. Like, yeah, you can have a chair if you want a chair.
I will look to Echo. Do you want assistance with that?
I genuinely believe Dan and I will be able to deal with this, but you're more than welcome to come and join us and have a little chat with these people. I just thought perhaps not having you in the room might. They seem to get triggered by you.
Yeah, you're right. Them, I thought they might called. Like I will lower my voice.
I tell you what they might do. Why don't you come in halfway through the interrogation? Dan will send you a little mental message to say come in when we need you to come in. Maybe it'll have some shock value and we can get them to spill some more information.
Why not? I have no problem with that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold my cloak, hiding my face, and I will be back, but I will not enter with them until Dan send me any, like, you come in or something like that.
So I'll turn and sort of look up at two of the larger, burlier, and say, right, if you could just direct me to the cell you've got the seat set up in, and then we can begin. And I'm going to take Dan quietly to one side and say, in the first cell, you know that mental thing you do where you scare the ever-living bejesus out of people? I want you to scare the first one so much that they scream in terror.
Um,
I want the whole of the barracks to hear the first one screaming. We're not going to hurt him. I just want him so terrified that he's screaming, but I want the others to hear it.
Okay, I'll see what I can come up with.
Excellent.
wow. Yeah. Don't. Oh man. You just went and told Dan to scare the ever loving crap out of somebody. This could go. You could go.
No. I want the person in that chair to be literally soiling themselves in terror. I want them
Yeah,
screaming
I
in
know.
terror.
I know what you want. That's
And
not.
then we'll just wait 5 minutes until the screaming dies down, and then we'll go and speak to the next one. We won't even question the first one. We'll just question the second one. Trust me, the second one will talk.
Okay.
And we won't. And we don't have to hurt anybody.
You don't have to hurt anybody, huh?
That's precisely the plan. There's no point in making it all messy when you can do it nice and neatly.
Well, I guess you're right.
And do remember, these are terrorists. I mean, scaring the shit out of one cult terrorist is hardly.
Yeah.
It's hardly going
No.
beyond the pale.
You're totally okay. Or there's.
Excellent. So, if we could have the first one tied to a chair in the first cell, and then we can be.
Ian's gonna go find a break room and just chill.
A break room. Leon's like, I'm just gonna find a break room.
This sounds very boring. Just talking to people.
Yeah. And so we'll go to the first room.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk in. I assume they've one of them.
Yeah, they're exactly the way you wanted.
Fantastic. I'm going to walk up to the first one and say, "Hold still, otherwise this might hurt a bit."
Okay.
And turn to Dan. And say, "Please, he's all yours."
So Dan has cast Menace upon himself and is in his sort of like tough, imposing Piccolo form.
Yes.
Has summoned Shavara, and so has this sort of skeletal face, monstrous, Saint Bernard-sized hound.
Yeah. So the house
and
is next to him too, huh?
And is also carrying Tor. So just got this cute, fluffy little bunny. And it's just reaching out telepathically and just relaying, like, if you're good, I might let you pet the bunny. And if you're not good, then I'll let my friends here play with you. And send like a mental image of both of them like just tearing into this dude's flesh, just slowly and painfully. And like have instructed Tor to at that exact moment just grin and bare all the shark teeth.
Yeah, this guy's terrified. Just flipping. Yeah, hold on a second here. Let me go.
I'm going to be standing behind him, so he can't see me. I just lean over and whisper in his ear, "Scream, bitch."
He can't.
Is he sobbing?
No, he's literally wetting himself.
Oh god. He's scared him so much there's no voice coming from him.
Nope.
That's all right. I'm going to come around to the front. I'm going to come around to the front of him and say, I think at this point, you really want to scream. Because if you don't, I'm going to let the bunny loose on you.
Oh, he screams at the top of his lungs.
Excellent. And I'll let him, and I'll encourage him to scream for about 30 seconds, and then I'll put my finger up to my mouth.
Screaming.
And now I'm going to put my finger up to my mouth and go, shh. Quiet now. And gag him if necessary. I'd literally just gag him so he can't make any noise.
Okay.
And now
does
I'm going to.
the prisoner have shoes on?
Yes.
Are
Okay,
they
then
wet?
Dan is going to bend down and start taking off his shoes.
Okay. So Dan's inside the cell with him. Hold on a second.
I'm going to say, Dan, I think we've gotten enough out of this one for the time being. And I'm just going to turn around and say, stay there. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. And just literally turn around and ask Dan to come with me. And then ask them to open up the cell next door.
Let me put Fido over here. I have to rename. What's...
Dad is going to feign being deeply affronted, I suppose, and start retying the laces on the shoes really bluntly. I'd shoot a mean glare over his shoulder as he follows behind Echo.
Yeah. Okay, so you're coming to the next guy. All right, so
Yeah.
move yourself over. Are you guys on the map now? You guys should be able to see it.
Okay.
Is that only Echo and...
Manam and Robert, can you guys see it?
I got a black screen.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Me too.
Yeah, let me put you guys out there, so you can see what's going on, even though you're not here.
I'm with them, by the way.
Oh, you're with them.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, you guys are outside the room. And Leon is in this break room over here. There's not really a break room, it's more of a storeroom. I'm assuming you're just sleeping on the.
I found a highlights magazine and I'm looking for hidden penguins in the picture.
Oh, definitely the penguins.
So we're going to just go into the cell next door.
Yeah.
And open the door. And I'm going to step inside. I assume there's another cultist in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And say, right.
I'll let Dan do it. I'm sorry. I'll let Dan open the door. My bad, Dan. Where'd you go, Dan? Oh,
I don't know.
Shagarath was
there
on
we
top
go.
of you.
Right. And I'm going to say to the next one. Right. Your friend didn't last very long. I'm wondering if you'd like to answer the questions I was going to ask him.
He's gagged. They're all gagged. You guys told them they were spellcasters. You told the one guard they were spellcasters. They assume everybody's a spellcaster and has gagged everybody.
Okay, that's cool. And I'll walk up. I'll walk up to him and say, "Be very careful what you say," and I'll take the gag down. Do you want to answer a few questions?
Roll and both of you roll intimidation with advantage, please.
Right. Intimidation. I do have this, by the way.
Yeah.
So.
But that's persuasion and deception, not intimidation.
Intimidation. Good point. Okay, here we go. Advantage. 18.
Yeah, he's completely terrified. His eyes are just he keeps looking at Dan, looking at Shagarath, looking at Dan, looking at Shagarath, looking at Dan. He's not paying any attention to you, Echo. He's terrified. Dan and the dog, Dan and the hellhound are freaking him the hell out.
I'm gonna remove his game and say, look, we've got a few questions for you. We'd really appreciate it if you decided that you were going to tell us the truth.
Yeah.
Because
Anything you want. Anything you want. Just don't let that thing eat me, please.
well, that rather depends on how truthful you are and how forthcoming you are.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise,
What
you're
do you
about
want
to
to know?
have lunch.
What do you want to know?
Okay. So first of all, what's the name of your god?
Boreas.
I thought that was the name of your high priest.
No. It's Barossa.
Barossa. Boreas. Thank you. The previous one didn't want to say. He's
Oh, well, that was his problem.
excellent.
I like being alive.
Yeah, I can understand why. Second question. Why did you decide to attack this
Because
evening?
the priests of Boreas told us to.
Okay, and
Boreas said to bring the stone back, so we got to bring the stone back.
where is Boreas, by the way?
Wherever gods hang out.
Okay, and where's the high priest? Boresta.
Well, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Well, that's terribly unfortunate. How did he die?
The heretic killed him.
What was the heretic's name?
I don't know. The Hand. That's what we called him.
Right. Okay. And how long ago did this all take place?
About a month ago.
Excellent. Describe the orb that was taken.
The orb. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
it's about you. He tries to make a motion with his hands, but his hands are tied. He's like, it'll fit in your hand. It's black. With blue. It kind of looks like it's got lightning all over it, but the lightning kind of looks like words.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, what was supposed to happen if you managed to find this orb?
We were supposed to bring it back
to the temple in the at the Isle.
Yeah.
And how are you going to get there? On which ship?
Ship? I don't know if we were taking a ship. Maybe we were taking a ship. I don't know.
You don't know how you were getting back to the island. Honestly, I don't think you're being entirely truthful with me. Dan?
I don't know.
Do I get to take off his shoes yet?
I'm beginning to suspect. I tell you what, you can take off the left one.
Oh, goody. Should I roll sleight of hand?
You don't know.
Yeah, yes.
He's struggling. Does that mean I get to cut him?
I don't know. We're probably going to take a boat. Maybe they were going to use a spell. They used a spell to get us here.
Who used a spell?
The priest. Well, maybe one of the mages. I'm not sure. Like one of the spellcasters, the finger wigglers.
Okay, and how many finger wigglers were there?
There's a whole bunch of them. I don't know, more than 5? Less than 2 dozen?
Okay, and did any of them escape? Have you seen?
They didn't come with us.
Oh, they stayed behind. They just sent you idiots.
Well, I'm not an idiot.
You got caught, and you're about 6 minutes away from dying, unless I get the answers I want. So, yeah, you're an idiot.
Not very nice.
Okay.
He's literally trying to pull his foot away from Dan as Dan's gently caressing it. and basically going, and just, I just see Dan holding the foot, gently stroking it, playing with the toe, stroking it again, playing with the toe, and he's just like just squirming, like just don't let him eat my toes.
Oh, it won't be him that'll eat the toes. It'll be the bunny.
The bunny? What bunny?
Oh, Dan, please show him the bunny.
And just going to gently hold Tor up. Once again, just sort of like
cute.
It's towards to get Tor to grin and bear this horrible maw of shark teeth.
He's like, oh, he's so cute, and he's got a horn. Oh my God, keep it away from me!
Now, is there anything else that you think you should be telling me?
Yeah. The price on the heretic's head. If we weren't able to find him, we were to offer the Thieves Guild 7,000 gold.
Ooh, okay.
If they could find it.
Did anybody get a chance to speak to the Thieves Guild, or did you just decide to go?
Oh no! I totally delivered the message.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was my job. I was to deliver the message to the Thieves Guild, and then wait, and then when they returned for their payment, I was supposed to break.
Yeah.
I was supposed to break the sticky thing, and wait for the money.
What sticky thing were you supposed to break?
They took it from me. It's a little stick. It's almost like a wand, but it's not really a wand. It's kind of bigger than a wand.
Excellent. Thank you very much. You're not going to die now because you've been helpful.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you very much. However,
what? Oh,
we will be back later, and
yeah, anything you want. Just keep the
excellent.
bunny away from me, please.
Oh yes, put it this way. You know what this particular bunny really likes to eat? Have a think about that, and we'll be back.
Get an inspiration point.
Thank you very much.
I
And,
think Dan still has his, don't you, Dan? Because if you don't, you get one as well.
Dan,
Yeah, I still got mine.
I'm going to turn to Dan and sort of say to him, is there anything else you think that we should be asking this helpful young man?
No, I'm just the torturer.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll turn around and we'll walk out of the cell. And I'll as I'm about to close the door, I'll turn back and look at him and go, "Be good now," and walk through the door.
I've never seen a group of, quote, good aligned characters be so effective at scaring the ever-loving crap out of prisoners without actually being evil. Like, that's, like, you guys are, like, walking a fine line.
I know, but I like to think I'm walking just the right side of it. Okay, well, I'm gonna grab everybody. I'm gonna grab Orient, and I'm gonna grab Leon, and I'll say I think we need to go away and have a little chat, and we might need to get out of town quite quickly.
Hold on, I got one more penguin to find in this picture.
Bring it with you.
I found it.
Okay.
You can't take it. Is there a reason for us to leave the town?
Oh yes, yes. There might be. There's a 7,000 gold piece bounty on your head, son.
Oh yay! Yay!
Leon's like 7,000.
How much again?
The biggest problem I see about that is I think Echo is eyeballing you more than Leon, because Echo is like, I could buy a whole new wardrobe with that.
We're all thinking it. Nobody's here to not think of that.
Orient now is like the happiest person in this world.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and try and find the captain and say, listen, amongst the personal items that were captured with this lot, there was a stick. You don't mind if could I borrow that? I think I might be able to get some information from somebody, but I need them to examine a stick.
Choose high or low.
High, because I usually am.
Yeah, it should be with all the other stuff we took. It's in the other room, and he points to the other door you didn't go through.
Okay, well,
or actually
we're going
downstairs. Like you're down, you're in the building. So the room that Leon was in, it's adjacent to that.
Okay, well I'll
So it's
pop in
over
there
here.
and just. Okay.
You find a rod.
Okay.
I mean, it would look like a stick to a non-caster, but you and Dan both recognize it as a rod.
Okay, I'll wave it at the captain and say, do you need me to sign a chit for this or something? I'm just going to borrow
stick.
it.
Take it.
Thank you.
It's a club. I mean, we've got plenty of clubs. And go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to say to the rest of my companions, I think it's time we get the hell out of here. Let's go and have a chat somewhere quiet.
Oh God.
You guys going to head back to the Fat Goblin?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best place to start.
Orient will be all the time wearing his cloak, hiding his face. I don't know, for some reason I did. Oh God. Is that coincident that I buy a cloak for myself? That coincident?
No, that's good. It'll help you.
Hey, maybe you should start growing out a beard.
Why are we? It's the Thieves Guild of this city that are looking for him, and we've already tangled with them before, and they're not that intimidating.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not too worried about the Thieves Guild that we've met. I'm worried about the professionals they might bring in to do the job.
What if we get hired to be those professionals?
Well, you know, then I think that's a contract that we can safely turn down. But at least we can
remember,
ask them
you do have another job offer.
From the docks?
No, from the bandits.
Oh yeah, the bandits.
In the cave. They told you to come
back.
Yeah.
No, the Orient will know.
We told you to come back.
That was a hard no from Orient.
Yeah, I will rather like, especially now that Orient found that in his head there's 7,000 gold. He will not go any closer to people.
Well, I mean, the other thing is also we happen to know that Chromash's brother is back with the bandits.
Well, not Chromash's brother.
It is the tentacle.
It was the tentacle brother. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Orient is now practicing social distancing.
Well, you might have to end up needing to wear a mask. Let's face it.
Like I'm covering my face now. Like I'm wearing cloak and like a.
I'm just saying. I'm looking out for you, sir. I'm trying to keep you safe.
Do you know the funny part? That I try to keep low down. Even the freaking guard, they don't know my name. No one know who I am.
Yeah, they know your name.
No, they don't know.
Yeah, Leo told them.
No. Does Orient know that Leon told them?
Yeah, you were sitting right there. You remember that? Yeah, he asked who you were, and Leon introduced everybody.
Oh God! Oh God! Did I do anything like I hit him or pump him?
No, you gave him a dirty look and told him to quit telling people.
Oh God!
And he hasn't told anybody since. He hadn't told anybody since.
They obviously don't know you by that name.
Yeah, they obviously don't know that's your name.
I will.
That guy called you.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
Yeah,
did
whatever,
you
you
guys
made up
tell?
names.
Have you guys? Okay, well,
even.
so you guys make it back to the Fat Goblin. I was just wondering if you had told. I'll put you guys over at your normal chairs. Did you guys? You guys are going to tell Orient what you guys learned.
Yes, I'm going to. Once we're safely away from prying ears, and I can have a quiet conversation with him, I'm going to tell him everything I learned.
Okay.
So they call me the Hand,
Yep.
They called you the Hand.
and for some reason now I have 7,000 gold in my hand.
Well, you have that price on your head, at least with the local thieves guild.
Yes, that almost killed you, if you remember.
Well, I am. That is a concern. Yes.
Oh God.
And he also
Okay.
told
So,
you what the orb looked like.
by the way, yeah, the orb is it the same orb that Dan have? Oh, yeah.
What are the two orbs that you have, Dan?
Well, I have the one that I started out with, which is like a little brass orb covered in writing,
Mm-hmm.
and then the second one's presumably not that one because that's the one we found down in
Yeah. That one's the.
Yeah.
It's bronze
the
and
mountain.
smooth. It's a smooth bronze orb. You have the brass orb with covered in runes, and this one is supposed to be black, covered in lightning shaped runes.
So we have the black one.
No.
No, we
Oh,
don't have the one that they were looking for.
so it's lost in the sea. If I didn't give it to Dan, because it is not the one who I give it to Dan. Somehow Dan have one, and I was have one, but I lost it somehow.
Didn't you say you had a memory of being on the boat and you were looking for something that you'd hidden and it wasn't there?
I
So it's
could,
possible
yeah,
somebody else was on the ship with us and they took it. But there's no word of anybody else having survived the
No,
shipwreck, so
would it be worth a trip back to the wreck site to search again now that we know what we're looking for?
about a question, DM. King,
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Does Orient remember the like? Do we reckon the lizard man, or like he wasn't there from the start?
He wasn't there.
Okay, so it was only
The four of
me.
you.
Yeah. Okay. So if you like, we go back, we search that place, then we go north the village to the lizard man because I don't want to stay close to this thieves guild because now they have a head and they know what I look like. They call me Blue Man. That's rude. And I will look to Dan and Echo, and I believe we already start a war with them. That we killed some of them, and Dan did some flying skeleton on them.
Well, there's that. I mean,
So, what do you think, guys? Do we go back to the ship? Look, after that, we go north to the village? It's
Well,
up to you guys.
you said you searched the ship already. How confident are you in that search? Now that we know what we're looking for, do you think you could do a better search on it? I mean, it's been
Okay,
several weeks, so it might not even be there anymore.
I'm with you, but let's give it that. I wake up, I don't know where I am, I don't know who I am. I was not in full, like, focus. And the only thing that I found out there a ship behind me, so I give it a fast look. So I couldn't find only some clothes and things, but I might return back. I might this time. I'm prepared and I'm focused more than before. So I hope I found it this time.
Okay, we can do that. Just how are we doing on money? Do we need to find a job somewhere? We're supposed to get paid by Chromash, and that doesn't seem to be happening.
Don't worry about money. I will take care of everything.
Okay.
So why were you going to go visit the lizard men in the village?
Again, sorry.
To sell them griffin pieces.
That's Orient plan in the first place, but he will not sell it because he need these bones for his for great bow. So he just gonna go there, ask them if he can hunt big beasts to take their tissue.
Oh.
So because Orient now believe these lizard man, if they know they buy sell bones, they know about tissue of beast or what kind of good beast. Like some, they can give information that will help him to make this great bow.
Yeah. So it's strictly personal.
Or they'll just eat you.
Oh, they eat me. You're not far fetched.
Let's try and avoid that, shall we?
I don't know. They might not eat him.
And please don't give the DM IDs.
Oh, I didn't get him.
I already wrote that down.
Oh God.
Make sure
Thank you,
Orient
Albert.
looks tasty.
Oh God.
Bring ketchup.
And tartar sauce.
So before we leave town, I'd like to talk to the harbor master once more, see if he knows anything about the privateer contract for the what was the ship's name? I wrote it down. The Twilight's Rose. See if he knows who. It's sounding like the ship was involved with whatever happened with Orient. If we can find out who contracted the privateers to do that or who directed them there, we might learn more.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, if Echo go with you, Leon. Like I believe in your skills, but I don't want to go there because there's some kind of similarity, and they're good similarity. So I will leave it that to Echo. Echo is very good with you and your friend there. I will keep Dan with me. I will pick up Dan. I will take him with me.
Just pick up Dan.
Yeah, I will pick him up. Dan is my support, emotional support. I don't care what it is.
It's okay. Would you like to pet the bunny?
No, but I want to stay close to me. Just, I will. By the way, that's out of character, but I believe Orient using Dan as a scarecrow that no one will come close to him. Have Bunny that would shift.
Oh, and there's Orient's inspiration for the day. I'm using Dan as a scarecrow.
Like pick him up and go with him with the Dan.
I just see Orient standing in front of a dragon, holding Dan out with both arms, going, "Stay back, Ron, let him loose." Don't make me use my Dan on you.
He's a ticking time bomb.
I love you guys. All right, so and I guess Orient and Dan are heading to the apothecary because Dan wants to give Luxman his other wing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go speak to the rat seller and find directions for the Diabella's apothecary.
Okay.
I'll escort Leon.
Okay, so Orient and Dan, you guys managed to find the rat seller. He is working hard. Lots of burnt rats for free. They're pre-cooked, so he's running a sale, 2 for 1 on burnt rat. Yeah, you come up, get your burnt rats, two for 3 silver.
While holding Dan, do you want Dan?
I was thinking it might be worth stocking up on rations. I'm not sure how long these would keep. They seem more like street food, but we could get one if you wanted.
Tor's like, ooh, can I get one with the spicy stuff on it? Or like 4?
Okay. I suppose we could do that.
Yeah, it seems like I will look at this, feel something they want, and I will give the rat seller. It said 1 silver, right?
No, 2 for 2 silver.
Okay, I will give him 4 silver.
Okay, so you get 4 burnt rats. All right, do you want mustard on it? We also have a new thing that came in on the ship yesterday. It's called cat soup. I don't think it's made with real cats, but I can't guarantee it.
I will look. Do you want whatever he said done?
Tor's like, ooh, uh-huh.
I suppose it would be worth giving it a try. It's new experiences, and
I will
all
tell
that.
him yes, please.
He's okay. So he puts cat soup on 2 of them and mustard on 2 others.
I hope your animal love. I think all of them will try to taste it, like the flying snake and your
Oh
rat.
no, the
And
flying snake doesn't want it. It's already dead.
who's already dead?
The rats.
Okay.
He likes live food.
Okay. So I think your friend here.
Plus he ate a couple of days ago really well, so he's still kind of stuffed. Snakes don't eat that often, about once a week or so.
So yeah, I'll hold Dan and his pets food, and I think it's enough. Like we are 4 people and sorry, 2 people and 2 pets.
Yeah. So you're each going to try one?
Yeah, just gonna sit and let like Tor and Luxman like lick all the mustard and ketchup off, and then just be left with the rat skewer that's covered in like almirage and chimeric rat slobber, and just go. Well, that looks much more appetizing.
Luxman does lick it off and nibble. You hold one down to Tor, and his jaw unhinges, kind of like a snake, and he just swallows the whole thing. So you just see this, like, his lower jaw kind of dislocates a little bit, and he's just like, Argh! It just pushes the whole thing, and you see, can I have another one?
I will, before, like, I will look to Dan and give him my...
The look?
I think, yeah, I will give him the rat, wherever it is that, and I think your friend Bet here need more, and I will give it to, like, I will not put my hand, no, I will give it to Dan, because Dan, this is Dan Bet, I don't, like, and it seems you have interesting way to attract interesting pets. Flying, rabbit with a sharp, and a rat can swim. I will give it to Dan
the
whatever
rat.
it's called. Yeah, and I will let him I will not eat it. I will give it to feed him to his pet.
Dan will like snap like a little bit off for himself, and then just hold the rest out for Tor.
Yeah. Tor bites this one in half, and then swallows half of it, and he goes, I don't want to be rude. Did you want half?
It's okay. I have a little bit for myself. And Dan's gonna like nibble on it, and the same way that he was eating like the roasted corn back in the Goblin Village is just having this sort of mental disconnect of this used to taste better than it does now. I remember liking this, but now it just tastes weird.
Yeah, it's that weird, like, I know I used to like it when I was a kid, but this is not good. Like, and you can still taste some of the mustard and ketchup on it, so you're like,
Yeah, it's like when you get like fizzy bubblegum laces as an adult, and you eat them, and you go, these just taste like chemicals. Why did I eat these?
Yeah. Or pixie
I will
sticks.
ask.
Or pixie sticks. As a kid, pixie sticks are awesome. As an adult, you're like, no, what? That's, oh my god, that's horrid.
I will ask the rat seller that. Is there a place that can we buy food for travel for a few days or
Yeah, the
maybe a week?
general store right there. But yeah, I mean,
It's. I will look and go to the
it's
general store
just,
and I will stock up for water skin and ration, and I don't know how much that will be, but
depends on how many rations are 5 silver a piece. Water skins are 2 gold. So I mean, just regular player handbook stuff
oh,
prices.
okay.
So whatever's in the player's
So
handbook, go ahead and knock. Put it
yeah,
put it
so
on
I'm
your
gonna.
character. Yeah, just put it on your character sheet and mark off the money.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a ration for 4 people, and yeah, and
Those are
I'll take water
those are
skin.
per day.
Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna take not 4 ration. No, I will take for everyone 1 week.
Okay, so 7 for 28, so 14 gold,
Yeah.
and
So
then
it's both.
however many wineskins you want.
I will take. Yeah, I will take four. I have already water skin, so I'm gonna take. Let me check my back. Water skin.
Everybody should have a water skin.
I don't know if with me they have water skin or not.
Hmm.
So okay, so I'm gonna take because I already have one.
Yeah,
One enough for for people.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
One holds about a gallon's worth of water, give or
And then
take.
So
it's
I'm
just
gonna
you
mark
generally roll survival out in the wilderness to find like a freshwater stream or a
Yeah.
river or something to fill it up. So it's
Um,
6.
Dan,
and then that's just
Luxman
gonna be
is chewing really, really hard on this stuff. He's like, "This is good. This is good. I like the red stuff, not the orange stuff."
well. It's nice to know that you have your preferences. I personally find both of them rather repellent and pungent, but so long as you're enjoying it, I suppose that's what counts.
Oh,
And Dan's just gonna smile up at the rat seller and just sort of go, I was hoping you could direct me. I heard that there was a lady by the name of Diabella here in the city who sells herbs and poultices and that sort of thing. We're going to be going on a trip soon, and I was hoping to stock up on some supplies.
yeah. The Bella, yeah. Oh, yeah. The apothecary, yeah. Let's see. She is over by Temple Road. Well, it's not really a row. It's more like 4 temples close to each other. Can't miss it. She's got a big, weird sign that looks kind of like a skull, but more of a bird shape. I don't know. I occasionally get stuff from her. She's a nice lady. Kind of weird, though. I mean, if you like tieflings.
Oh, that's the word. Yeah, I had forgotten it, but thank you for the directions and for the food. I think it's been thoroughly enjoyed all around.
That little guy seems to love them. Tell you what. Since you've been so nice, and he reaches down into his bag and he pulls out a fresh rat. And it hasn't been cooked or anything. He goes, "Here you go. You can have one that's not burnt."
Oh, I'm sure Nikki will definitely appreciate that next time that he is hungry. I'm just going to tuck the rat away into a pocket.
Yeah. So you have a dead rat. It's a nice one. It's a nice size rat. Like, it's a good rat.
Dan, it's not good idea to put a dead things in your bucket. It will stink.
And Dan's just going to like shoot a glance, reach into a pocket, pull out the mummified goblin hand, hold it for a few seconds, and then just get back away into his pocket.
Like orange look, and I shouldn't ask. I am sorry. I'm early.
He just He's like, oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. I'm not supposed to mention things like that today. Okay, so we're gonna cut to Echo and Leon. You guys make your way over to the docks again. The harbor master is still busy because there's still ships being repaired. He's like, all right, you again. Well, what can I do for you?
Echo, are you taking this, or you want me to?
Ask away. If I'll jump in and help if needed.
No, it's just we talked earlier about the Twilight's Rose earlier. That was a privateer ship, right?
Yeah. You should know your crew. You were on the crew.
Well, maybe it's debatable. But do you know who managed the contracts for that? Who was the interface with the ship captain on behalf of the city?
The harbor masters.
So that would be you?
Well, not this city. They weren't working for us.
Oh, so they were not employed by you at the time of their disappearance. No. Had you employed them in the past?
Yeah. Occasionally.
What kind of work would you have them do?
Chase off actual pirates. Keep the waters clear. Maybe hunt down a rogue shark or whale that's out there, some other monster, that kind of stuff. Right. Occasionally they would do, occasionally he would take on passengers to, help with the money if they were traveling between cities or something like that. But,
You don't happen to know who he was working for recently, do you?
I could look.
I would really appreciate that, and I'll slide a gold coin across the table at him.
Okay, hold on a second. He grabs his books. Yeah, okay, so here it is. It looks like the last time we talked to them, they were busy working for the city of Emory, but I don't know if they were right now or not.
Well, what was
that's fine.
How long ago was it that you knew they were working for Emory?
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 6 fortnights or so.
Okay, 6 fortnights. Okay.
Okay. Emory. I'm not familiar with the local area very well. Where is Emory from here?
It's on the southern coast.
Okay, super. Thank you very much.
It's right there by the. It's in the near the Emerald Sea.
Thank you.
I can't think of anything else to ask.
No, I can't think of anything either. I'm good to go and meet up with our companions back at the Fat Goblin, unless there's anything further you want to be doing, mate.
No, I don't think so. Head back.
Okay. Well, in which case, Leon and I will head back towards the Fat Goblin.
So, Dan, you guys managed to find the apothecary. It is not a skull that is on there. It's a picture of a raven's. Well, it's not a human skull. It's a raven skull. That says apothecary above it.
I suppose this must be the place. Hopefully they're open. Just going to gently knock on the door.
Orient will look. I hope something normal. I wish something normal.
You knock and there's no answer.
They're not here. Let's move.
get home. Gotta go. Bye.
And you look, and Dan has that expression on his face that you have come to know and dread. Of Dan is standing in front of an unopened door.
Dan,
As I'm going to reach out and just see if the door is open.
Yeah, it's unlocked. It opens. As you push open the door, a little bell rings above it. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear anybody knock, but that's why I have the bell. You see an elderly tiefling. She's a reddish. She's like a reddish brick color. Her horns come out of the front of her head and then curve out and then backwards, kind of like a crown almost. Oh, pleased to meet you. How can I help?
Hi, my name's Dan. I've been directed to you because I told that you sell some of the things that I might need. There's a little ritual that I've been working on, and I've been having a bit of difficulty with it. Hopefully you'll have the sort of the fine ingredients that I will need to make sure that everything goes off without a hitch. I'm mostly just looking for some fine herbs and some incense, and maybe some charcoal if you have some as well.
Oh, what ritual? Maybe I can help out and get more specific stuff.
Oh, and Dan's gonna like take out the cage and sort of set Laxman down on the bar.
Oh,
He's my familiar. I was trying to help him take on a flying form, and it didn't quite go. As you can see, he's a little stuck between two forms at the moment.
Oh, well, that's a poor guy. Okay, hold on a second. And she starts rummaging around. As you look around, this looks like what you would assume an apothecary would look like. You know, the little shelves of little roots and herbs and things. And then there's jars of things that aren't quite... Orient, you're very unsettled in here. You're like, please be normal, please be normal, please be normal. And you come in and it's like, nope, not normal. Not normal at all. This is you as you're looking around, Orient, you notice one of the jars has got a eyeball in it and it blinks at you.
oh God. I will like duck down to Dan level. I said, "Do we have still here?"
She spends about 3 or 4 minutes collecting stuff, and she wraps it up in a little bundle, and she's like, "This is everything you need. Is there any other kind of ritual or anything else that you need? If you're a caster, I do have other components for spells here."
Nothing that I can think of right now, but thank you ever so much for your help. And if I'm in the city again in the future and in need of anything, your service has been absolutely wonderful today. How much do I owe you?
Well, let's see. This would be herbs and then well, since you're trying to help your little friend, what 19 gold.
I will push the nightingale and pick up Dan and get out from the
So you're gonna grab. She's like, you reach to grab his bundle and she smacks your hand with her clawed,
No.
her little gnarled hand. She smacks it away and she goes, "That's for him. Don't be rude."
I give you the gold. Take the gold.
Yes. And he appreciates it, but that's for him. He
Okay,
will take it.
I will pick up Dan. Please, Dan, take the gold. Take the thing.
Why are you picking up Dan? What is this thing? You just keep picking him up. Like he's a toddler.
Dan's gonna rummage around in his own coin purse and take out 5 silver pieces and put that down as well as like a little tip on top. Pick up the bundle and just sort of like be holding the bundle awkwardly under one arm, like tore the Almirage.
So when you put the silver down, you put the silver down and she pats your hand and says thank you, and all of a sudden you see her eyes kind of go solid white, and she's like, oh, don't open the gate. And she kind of, she's like, oh, I am so sorry, honey. Poor Debella I occasionally have I have the touch of a seer in me, and occasionally you must be very powerful to set it off. I haven't met anybody in a while it's been years since that's happened. Whew. Would you mind telling me what I said?
Don't open the gate. I suppose I get told that a lot, that I open doors that I shouldn't. So I'll definitely keep it in mind.
That's probably
Thank you for the warning.
I don't know if it's a warning or not. I don't have any control over them, but you know, do be careful.
I will. And it's okay, I understand. I get voices in my head sometimes too.
I'll tuck Dan between my
Dan,
and run from the
you can't tuck Dan anymore. Dan has a rabbit in his sports bra. He has Luxman and Nagy in a cage. He has a bundle of herbs and spices and his staff. Dan is now unwieldable to you.
I will put him in my backpack if I have to. Just because Orion saw the white eye and this woman become like something like I believe it is not her sound that one come out, right?
No. It was not her voice.
Yeah. So now Orient Orient is not about scared. It's about like logic. Like if it is out of his logic, he like I'm out of there. Like especially with Dan and the way like things happen around Dan. So I will look that. Is there everything? Is that complete, Dan? Please tell me we complete everything.
It should be everything that I need. I would just need to visit a temple or a monastery, maybe somewhere that would have a brazier that I can perform the ritual in.
Oh yeah, you're next to 4 temples, one of which is still smoldering, but.
Okay, temple will not be like that. Temple will be not like that. Let's go. Okay, do you want me to keep picking you up, or you can walk?
I mean, I am capable of walking.
I know, but sometimes you stand in some weird places, and I will look again to the jar with the eye, and I don't like the place here.
Orient, roll me a d4.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, those are marvelous. Those are expertly removed. I mean, that's not like with the griffin eyes where we were just scooping them out. I mean, those are remarkably intact.
Yeah, it blinks a couple times at you. She goes, oh, did you need a beholder eye?
Does Orient know what's beholder?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh, okay.
Did you need one of those? I have a couple. I don't have any central eyes anymore. I sold the last one of those a couple weeks ago. No, you have no idea.
I don't know what is beholder eye, but I'm sure it is very, very
Dan, did
bad.
you want to make one? An Arcana check? Yeah, you've heard of beholders. Yeah, she says, she told you she doesn't have any more central eyes because she stole the last one a couple weeks ago. But she does have quite a few of the smaller eyes.
Dan, you remember you said you want a temple, right?
Yeah. Thank you once again, dear Bella. It's been lovely to meet you. As I said, if I need anything else in the future, this will be my first stop.
Oh, well, do come back.
And then just gonna close the door, have the little bell jingle cheerily,
and
skip off down the street towards the temple.
As the door closes, you hear, "He was a nice boy, wasn't he?"
Oh God, I will look like Orient in his mind now. Next time,
Are you
the one who
looking? Are you
going with
looking?
no. In my mind, like I'm saying, next time the one who going with Dan is Echo, not me. Like if you want to visit this special, like if you're gonna visit this shop, he will let Echo go with him. Not I will not go with him. Like
That means you're
if
stuck with Leon then.
Leon with him. Like it doesn't matter. But and I've been thinking like,
So
oh,
you're heading
that's
to a temple?
Yeah, just the nearest temple that's not like completely trashed,
Yeah.
because like
Well,
you said, a
only-
lot of them have like people crowded
Yeah. Well,
around
there's
for
only
healing.
there's only 4 of them. One of them is still smoldering. The other 3 are reasonably intact. So the one that you pick, as you come up to it, there is the priests are all dressed in red, with like orange. Um, I don't know what the name. Uh, uh, Jesus, David, help me out, huh?
Vestments.
Well, yeah, but the like the outline, the stuff on the cuffs and the
Trim.
trim.
Oh, like
That's
yeah,
it. Yeah, like a dark orange trim. And several of them have, and once you get close, you notice that nearly all of them, their left hand is burnt. Like it's you can tell it's a bit. It's not black, but it's got that melted flesh look on it. And one of them goes, "Oh, hi. How may I be of service? What can the uh, Temple of Flame do for you today?"
I will tug Dan and said, "My little friend here have few things you want," and I'll push Dan on him. Like, it is normal temple, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
So
aside
yeah,
from everybody having a burned hand, but
there's just a ritual that I needed to perform while I was here in the city. It wouldn't take a lot of time, about an hour perhaps, and I would need the use of a brazier that I could burn some herbs and incense in.
a brazier. Well, I'm sure we could find one here at the Flaming Temple, but there would be it would be most helpful for a donation to be made for the temple, so we can continue our good work, spreading the Lord of Flames uh, you know, word. You have heard of the Lord of Flame, right?
Should I roll religion?
Yeah. Yeah, you. Generally speaking, they worship fire. Basically, they're known for fire, some destruction, rebirth. Fire cleanses. Fire can cleanse. Um, they're really popular with the smiths, uh, cooks. Anybody that works with fire, that kind of thing. Um, give homage to him. He's known as the Lord of Flame. Like there's no like he doesn't have a name like Bob or anything like that. So yeah, you've heard of him.
How much of a donation would it require?
Oh well, we don't have any set prices for donations. It's what does your heart tell you? And he reaches his fiery hand out and places it over your heart, and he's like, "What does your heart tell you to give to the church?"
And Dan's going to close his eyes and just make himself receptive to like either of the voices that sometimes sound out in his head. To just be like, any strong feelings one way or the other about the Lord of Flame?
You get an image of um, fiery retribution. like some sort of angel or deific being with a flaming sword smiting something, and you feel very close to that. Like that feels very good to you. And it seems to drown out the voice. Like the voices start in your head, and that image kind of pushes them off to the side.
Stan's going to rummage around in his coin pouch, take out 10 gold pieces, and pass those over.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. He says, follow me. And he leads you inside. And as you get in there, instead of having like pews, it's more of like a stone coliseum type where it's just like stone seating. There's the big bench, circular benches around a giant bonfire that seems to be really like it's in its own little enclosed space. It's probably 20 foot in diameter, and it just burns. And you can see there's a hole in the top of the building. And he leads you over past that. As he stops, he puts his hand out into the flame real quick, and then pulls it back in, and pulls it back, and then walks around it and leads you over to a little brazier that's sitting off to the side. He goes, you can use this one. He goes, thank you very much. And if you need anything else, please come see us.
Okay, thank you. I'll, like I said, be about an hour, and then I'll be out of your hair. And Dad's going to sit down, do a casting of Speak with Animals, as he sort of gets the bundle and unwraps it and lays it out and gets everything sort of prepped and ready. And then it's going to like set Tor and Nagi and Luxman down and just sort of try to explain to them this idea of I can only bind one familiar to my service, but if I do the spell in the way that I'm intending, there is a way I could combine you all into one being, but I wouldn't want to do that unless you all were okay with it. So I'm asking you now, would you like that, or would you prefer to stay separate?
Well, give me 1 second.
For some reason, I believe Orient he know what Dan will think the moment he take out his 3 beats and start making sound of animal. But like in my mind, I think like I hope he doesn't combine them together.
You didn't understand a word he said.
No. I mean the way he put these 3 animals in front of him, because he gonna make a ritual, and Orient thinking like he doesn't. Of course he doesn't, but in his mind, like I hope he doesn't try to combine these 3 together. Like
Yeah, it's already having that earlier moment of being like, you seem to attract these weird, horrible abominations towards you, and he's just looking at it. It's like, oh, please don't turn them all into one even bigger abomination.
yeah, that's now what Orient thinking.
Well, here we go, sinning against nature again.
And, specifically mechanically, just so I can explain, what I'm basically going to do is use a Pact of the Chain form to make a quasit.
Right.
But because I've got the investment of the Chain Master, I can still have the water breathing and swim speed from no, not the water, the swim speed from Luxman. So it's going to be like a little bit of each of them, and it's going to form into like just a quasit that can fly, that can swim. That's got the little horn. That's got like little bits of all of them.
Okay.
And that looks a bit like a bunny.
You get the sense. Tor is very okay with it. Luxman is very okay with it. Nagi's not so sure, but when the other 2 start talking to him, like he gets convinced, like they convince him that this is probably a good idea, right? Because Tor and Luxman are both completely in, like they've totally bought into this. They were like, oh yeah, sure, you're gonna make us stronger? Is it gonna make us stronger? Am I gonna have both wings?
You will. You'll have the ability to fly, to turn invisible. You'll be able to fight a little bit, maybe poison people.
Ooh. Oh, okay. So, cast your spell.
I don't think I actually have the Find Familiar bound on my profile, so I'll just have to find it and put it in the chat.
Oh, I know, that's fine. So you spend your time, and then.
Yeah, Dan lights a little fire under the brazier using the charcoal. Puts the herbs and the incense and speaks the necessary invocations, and then just like weaves a hand through the smoke and brings the smoke down over each of the animals one at a time, so that it forms, and then they just sort of morph together in this really horrible, like almost anamorph fashion, where there's like a lot of intermediary stages where it's like the most hideous thing you've ever seen, and then it just morphs and finishes shaping up into this cute tiny little closet that has like slightly buck teeth like a rabbit.
Oh no!
And
Here's your description. You get to cast a spell. I made some rolls. So the closet that you get is multicolored, like Luxman. He's got like his skin kind of looks like if you look at it, it's almost looks like scales, but it's still the leathery imp skin or closet skin. He has the horn on his head. He has the little wings, and his tail looks kind of like the snake tail with a stinger on it, like a scorpion stinger instead of like a dart. It's more like a scorpion tail. And he grins at you with this big toothy maw, like Tor had, like this just rows and rows of these gnarly teeth. He's like, he blinks a couple times. He's like, that was weird. What name? Not Naki Tormund.
Data Treya.
Oh.
We could call you Data for short.
Oh, that sounds cool. And he like flitters up and then lands on your shoulder. And he's like, he kind of leans in. He's like, this is pretty cool.
Oh, I think you can do the invisibility thing now. See if you can do it.
Well, no, you look over at him and he's gone. Like, that's what he said. He landed on your shoulder and went, this is pretty cool. And you look over to say, try the invisible. And you can feel him on your shoulder, but he's not there.
That is so neat. You're so mobile. Oh, and you can still swim as well. I made sure of that.
Oh, I know. Look. And he turns his head, and you can see these two little gills under each side of his jaw. It's like, that's pretty cool. He's like, ooh, I have hands. Can I? He's like, he reaches out and grabs the rat out of your pocket. He goes, I can pick up my own food now. And he throws the rat and just swallows it in one bite.
Dan has basically got excitedly to his feet and is sort of just running almost in circles around this little chamber as the last of the ritual smoke sort of goes up through an aperture in the ceiling. And just turns around, I did it!
Or you see this thing disappear in front of you. You see it's got a scorpion tail. You see what I described. And it looks at you and he's like, can closets speak common? There is a good question. Let me import to the creature and find out.
I think specifically it says that they speak the word that the languages that you speak.
Yeah, that's
I think that's investment of the Chain Master. I'll double check it.
Yeah, I have to import your closet anyway.
Orient
the
now.
normal Quasit stat block does have language as Abyssal Common.
Okay. So let's go down here to Q. Find closet. We make a duplicate of a closet. So now I have 2 closets. Copy. And then I go to open the closet. And I change the closet's name to, well, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Configure permission for David as the owner of copy closet. Tiny little guy. And I will move copy of closet down into the PC section. So, and then, so David, you should be able to change his name and stuff.
Yeah, I should be able to do that.
And on his token, yeah, so whenever you change his name, we can update the token and stuff. So there, whatever you want to name him, he's all yours. Now he's flittering on your shoulder. He's so cute.
Orient looking.
I don't have a
need to
fuzzy
buy a
tail anymore.
drink.
Like, he keeps looking at his tail. Like, he keeps bringing his tail. He's like, it's not fluffy anymore. This is so cool. So Echo and Leo, you guys were heading back to the goblin.
Fat goblin.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else.
Yeah, I think that's where we had arranged to meet Dan and Orient when they'd finished doing whatever it was that they were doing in town. So yeah, I think we just head back to the Fat Goblin and perhaps have a quiet drink at our usual table.
Yeah, you can, if Orient and Dan arrive before them, you can see Orient drinking lots.
No, you guys get there afterwards. You spent an entire hour waiting for him to cast that.
Oh, okay.
Did you, Manam? Did you refresh or something? Because I don't have you on the map.
I am here this way.
Oh, well, it doesn't show you on the map. It's weird.
I can, to be honest with you, I can see him on the map.
Well, no, I can see him on the map. It's just it doesn't show me for the players who are here. It just shows the.
Oh, I can still see him.
I
Weird.
can't see no.
Let me refresh.
So the moment we arrived, I will look to Echo and Leon. First, let's order a drink. Second,
You want the Goblin Moonshine?
I don't know what is that, but I'm gonna drink it.
Sorry,
Even I hate coffee. What?
I pour you a glass of liquor from the Goblin Still.
Oh my god, I'm gonna have fruit juice.
Yeah,
I know
you
what that stuff is like.
You walk up to the bar and you hear this loud snoring from inside the other room. You're like, I'm gonna have to get it myself.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll go and serve myself.
How good the goblin?
Oh, make me a Constitution save, please.
Oh God!
This is the stuff that knocked out Leon.
Yeah, this is stuff to put Leon on his ass. So.
Oh God! Saving? Oh.
Yeah, it's a
check.
save. No, it's a
Okay.
save.
Oh God! I think not this one. Constitution. How? Sorry again. How do I make? Oh, okay. Here, saving.
Oh. So you're poisoned for the next hour. You can have your reaction any way you want. But yeah, you don't. Leon, he did not handle it as well as you did.
Obviously.
Leon. What the hell is that?
That's good, right? Our friend down there, Carl, gave this to us.
Oh God.
You remember Mayor Carl? I know.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, indeed. Have you seen?
By the way, Leon Echo. We have a new friend.
New friend? Cool.
Yeah, you're gonna like it a lot, especially you, Leon. You're gonna like it a lot.
I like.
And I will turn to Dan, and you can. I'm not sure if he's still invisible, but he's in Dan's shoulder.
Yeah, I'm genuinely trying to think whether Dada would try to use the frighten once per day thing that Closet can do. Just pop into existence in front of Leon and go boo. It's like a DC 10 wisdom check, so it's
So who is doing that too?
just Leon, because obviously Orient was saying about. So yeah, just
Yeah.
like the burst in it, just like blow a raspberry, and just not be super surprising, but just
I will roar right back at him.
Leon, don't do that. Oh wait, he's
Already done. He tried to scare me, so I tried to scare him.
All right, Orient, make a save.
No, this is at the familiar.
Oh, the familiar. Oh, okay. The familiar needs to make a saving throw.
the reason Orient wanna stop Leon because he feel headache and the drink. Oh God.
I just gives a eek, turns invisible again, and then it just like flutters back down into the cage that Dan's like set out on the table.
Yeah.
And Dan's just gonna sit down and just whisper and basically be like, "While we're in the city, it's probably best if you stay in an animal shape, because some people might find you a bit scary when you're in your normal form. So you can just look like a rat again, or a bird maybe, or a toad."
I
I
like
think she's going to use shape change and just, once again, just be a perfectly normal looking rat. Or would it be funnier if it's still like a chimeric rat with scales?
I will look to Echo and said,
he doesn't turn into a rat. He turns into a fish with legs.
okay. I will turn to Echo.
He's like this? Like with little rat paws. Like little rat paws. He's like this?
Oh God.
Close enough.
Okay. So there's this. It looks like he looks like one of those big bug-eyed goldfish with rat legs and a tail.
Oh God. I will come closer to Echo and tell them, do you remember the snake and the rabbit and his rat?
Yes.
This is the completion about his successive ritual. He somehow combined them together even without understanding, but I felt that, and there are a star here, and there are a lot of things. Oh, Leon, can you give me a more of that thing? It
There you
hurt,
go.
but I will.
I mean, I Orient. Normally you look a little blue, but at the moment you're looking a tad green, and I don't think any more of that alcohol would probably be a good. Just around the gills, just a little green around the gills.
Today is. I cannot like. We've been attacked by zombies. Then I found out I'm one of the cults, wherever the crazy cult, and I killed someone, and I have somehow stole, and I have 7,000 gold in my head, and I have a friend here is awesome, going awesome places, and he attracts weird things. I'm sure this will not be the last. Leon, give me more, please.
Here you go.
I will take and drink more.
You would give me a Constitution save at disadvantage.
He's going to collapse shortly. This is like calling it now. That'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it. You take a big swig of this stuff. You see his eyes roll back in his head, and as he's drinking it, he just keeps leaning back and just right into the floor.
Can Leon try and catch him?
Yeah, go ahead. Athletics check. Nope.
All right.
Bonk. He hits his head on the floor. You are out for... not bad. 5 hours. Unconscious for 5 hours. Like not like you can rouse him from this. It's he is in a stupor for 5 hours.
He's in a different.
Yeah, he's. Leon, would you be so kind as to just pop him upstairs into bed?
Yeah.
And we'll keep an eye on him.
I'll throw him over his shoulder. On my way up, I'll swing by if there's a hearth in here, grab some charcoal.
Yeah.
Get him into bed, then just draw a smiley face on his forehead.
Yep. I would give you inspiration, but you still have it.
I just roll him on his side in the recovery position and let him be.
Okay, and I think that's where we're going to call it today as Leon draws a smiley face on his drunk friend. That seems apropos.
I think that's an appropriate place to call it.
So we finished this episode with Dan having made an amalgam of his 3 current animal friends into something much more scary and appropriate for Dan. Echo is trying really hard not to spend the 7,000 gold in her head.
No, I've already spent it. What I'm doing now is I'm applying my moral code and trying very hard not to do anything about it.
Yeah.
It's already been spent.
And Leon is busy drawing a face on his companion who is drunk that he knocked out. But you did find out some interesting information.
We found some very useful information.
Orient apparently was a member of the Black Sun cult, at least for some time, and apparently murdered the high priest and ran off with an orb, which may or may not be one of the orbs you guys are looking for. It seems that Leon was a privateer in a former life. Dan has made multiple friends across the city again. Echo has decidedly put herself in the role of head city torturer, along with Dan's help.
No, not
Interrogator.
torturer.
I'm sorry, interrogator. Interrogator. I apologize. You're right. I apologize.
I'm very proud of the fact that no physical violence was used in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, but it's still psychological torture. Is still torture.
Still psychological.
Just because you didn't draw blood doesn't mean it's not technically torture.
I think you'll find in medieval times, yes, it is.
Yeah, yes, it is. So with that, we're going to bring this to a close, and we are going to do what we always do and have our affirmations. We'll start with Sai today. Sai, your favorite Echo moment today?
I was having a great deal of fun with the prisoner. I have to say that was.
It's a little scary that you say that, but that's okay.
I agree.
When I was saying that. Sorry, carry on, mate.
No, it's Echo went and knowing exactly how she's going to horrify these people into talking.
I thought, well, I can't justify hurting them physically. I can't justify torturing them. But I want the information out of them. So what's the best way I can possibly think of? Okay, I know one person who can scare the solids out of a human being.
The little green guy with the fuzzy rabbit. Yeah, that's the terrifying thing. Again, don't make me use my Dan.
And the other thing is, Dan and I seem to have got a reputation in town as being a little bit of a double act anyway. So it was kind of a good thing.
Manam,
I enjoyed that.
Manam, your favorite Echo moment?
Of course, the prisoner. Like it's how scary the way she give the word to the like I'm gonna release him. Like, oh, that no, and how she's scared the first prisoner that first he wasn't able to make any sound, like the air come out from his chest, and he no longer able to scream, and she come closer like you better scream now, and he starts screaming. That was and of course from my point of view that like did she do that before she lost his marriage? She's very good with that. Like
Inquisitor Echo.
by the way, Orient is brutal. Like if gonna he take out some word, he will do physical damage to that person. Not punch. No. He will start cutting finger, like breaking some. No. She did that without touching them. Like in point of view for Orient, that's scary as hell.
David?
Yeah, it was just how well Echo took charge of that entire situation of basically going like, we're just going to use psychological warfare. We're going to make one guy scream, and the other guy's going to have to listen to it, and then we're going to go in and go, "Do you want us to do what we just did to him?" And let his imagination fill in all the blanks.
Yeah. And Robert, you said the same thing.
Yeah, no, just how she just told the guard, I need a chair, I need 2 cells, I need a stick of bubble gum. She had everything listed out on the front end. I know exactly how.
Yeah, that was my. I think mine was the prelude to that, where you're talking to the captain like, no, I'm going to do this. You're going to let me do this. Like it wasn't a question of whether she had permission to do it. You were basically, doing the same thing that you always do. You. And it's one thing I love about how you play her is that she is so confident in her abilities to manipulate people that she doesn't realize that there may or may not be a way not to, that it may not work out the way she wants. I'm going to do this, and you're going to let me do this, and anybody who gives her any, tries to stop her, the captain was like, well, I'm not sure, and she's like, no, you were going to let me do this, and he's like, oh, yeah, okay. You totally belong in the guardhouse doing that when you're literally just some random stranger he's talked to 3 times, right? And now he's like, sure, you can have free reign in my prison. That I love that.
Yeah, no, I because she's 18 charisma,
Yeah.
and because she's kind of a small. My idea of the most terrifying thing. My idea of something being terrifying isn't something brutal. It's something very quiet. And I think that's what she's trying to bring to it's like she's bringing a very quiet menace to it. And that was kind of the idea, rather than try to be scary,
right?
Go almost the opposite way. And no, it was really good fun. I really enjoyed that.
Manam, your favorite Orient moment? Don't make me use my Dan on you.
Okay, first, there one thing Orient now convinced before that somehow all the people work in the ship hate him, and he hates them.
Right.
Like anyone similar, they work like Leo.
Clearly, there's some sort of history between you and people on boats.
For some reason. And they cannot answer a simple question. And one of the things that I like, the moment Orient found out he is there are a lot of things Orient found out. Like he didn't know about his name, but he still found out he was very high up in this kind of cult. He's a right hand, and he killed the high priest, and he stole the orb from them, and now he has 7,000 gold in his head. And thanks to Leon, now people know his name. And
Oh, that was
and
big.
Yeah, that was weeks
so
ago.
yeah, but I didn't like. But yeah, now I'm saying because I never forgot. And he have a friend, a scary friend that can destroy someone psychologically without touching them. And he have now a friend that attracted weird beasts, things like now thinking like Orient can use magic, but he know the magic he use is logic because he control water, fog, something.
Yeah.
But Dan is something like like underworld, something like
Something dark.
unnatural. Yeah, something unnatural. Like like okay, leave the flying snake, but the rabbit with the sharp teeth and the rat with the and by the way, as I told you, you told me Orion doesn't understand one word when Dan speak to them. He doesn't need to see the moment Dan put these three things together. Orion looked at them and said, "Yep, he gonna combine them. Yep, he gonna do that. 100%." Like
Because in Orient's mind, it's how can it be scarier than it already is? Oh, if you put them together.
It's the general trend that started really, really early on in the episode of even I just want to go buy a cloak, turning into this ordeal of having to convince the shop owner to be willing to come out and like, no, we're not here to loot you. It's just Orient having like this prolonged worst day ever where nothing goes right.
The entire campaign, Orient has been the most careful, the most circumspect, just the most cautious person ever. And now all of a sudden he's the one with an astronomical bounty on his head. The realization that, like, oh God.
Well, but to be fair, that does it does lead to why Orient would be so careful.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
In the back of his mind, his subconscious is like, we know what we did. You may not know. Yeah. So something we need to keep an eye out for things. He doesn't know. Now he kind of knows why he's been like that. But it's so good that when the characters fill into that. Sai, what was your favorite Orient moment?
I love the reaction to the Dan's going in neutral, and he sat there. You could just see him adding it all together in his head before it was all happening. Going, oh my God, it's just I can't. And at the end of it, after he's going, and this has happened, and this has happened, and this has happened, and I'm having a really fucking shit day. And it was. I felt so sorry for him. I really did. It was.
Robert.
No,
Robert. Did you?
For Orient, yeah, just the realization and him dealing with the fact that now he's got that $7,000 over him.
And then we'll go back to Robert, since we're already on you, and your favorite Leon moment.
I really enjoyed the commoners in the garden and dealing with the plants. That was just a lot of fun to me. So I got half a bob. Well, I throw a bob back in.
Why did you bring that out? What's wrong with you?
I mean, I got yelled at for bringing them out, then I got yelled at for throwing them back in. Leon doesn't know what to do.
Manam, your favorite Leon moment?
I liked how he dealt with the docs. They enter like, "Hey, I'm with you," but at the same time, I don't remember you. Like, I felt like that's smart, and the same way, like he telling the truth, and like, on point of view, like, wow, that's good way to talk. And yeah, I like that moment when he starts talking to the, I don't know how to pronounce it, the crew member of that, and how he figure out he
Scurvy
is
Mike.
one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like that moment.
David?
I genuinely loved the moment of him being the one to like go and bind up the bodies and make sure that like what's the funeral arrangements, how do we arrange for these to be buried or interred, and that then led into the discovery of the spiked armor being used and being really effective, and him just like telling the rest of the party like, "Damn, I missed out on this really excellent opportunity to get in on that while the getting was good."
Could have been on the ground floor.
Yeah, get on the ground floor. It's going to be all the rage, isn't it, Leon?
It is. It's going to be the battle rage.
Sai? I think we lost Sai for a moment.
A couple, but I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, not now. You just.
Yeah, now he's disappeared again. Little connection issues, that's fine. And
Yeah.
he's back.
And I'm back. Sorry about that. My favorite.
Yeah, you're still cutting out, Sai.
Yeah, you sound like robotic, like cutting and coming. Like we can hear one letter and.
We'll let you sort that out real quick, and we'll go to David for his the one Leon moment for me was the the realization that he wasn't he was on a ship, and why that starts to make sense of the that kind of like, oh, I was a part of this thing. I don't remember this thing, but I was a part of this thing. So what do I do? And then I really enjoyed you taking that flower. It's just a little small thing, but putting that flower on your little insignia pin on your lapel, just to keep that reminder with you. I thought that was a really nice touch. And then Sai, you back?
Yeah, I hope so. Is that any better?
That's
we
much
can
better.
hear you.
Excellent. No, I think my favourite Leon moment was Bob, the saga of Bob and the Plants. That was
Yeah.
that was awesome, and completely typically Leon as well. It was like, but I'm just doing what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm getting into trouble for it, and I don't understand why. And it's not fair. No, it was good. It was. I really liked that. The other Leon moment that I really liked was him. Just what? You're not going to actually do any physical damage to them? Oh, well, I'm going to be bored now. I'm going to read magazines.
I don't get to kill anything. Well, fine.
Like you don't need me at all.
Leon's got one skill, and if he's not using it,
He knows what he's good at. He knows his strength.
David, your favorite Dan moment. Dan had a lot of good. Dan and Orient had a lot of stuff going on. So did Leon today.
Just generally having when we were like digging through the rubble, having this familiar that was like hanging around and just hopped up and basically is like, "Oh, my master's been killed. Can I come with you?" And Dan just being like, "Yep, no." Just another animal from the menagerie. And then being able to like consolidate that down into like recognizing this is getting a bit ridiculous. So let's have one familiar.
Let's have one familiar. I'm not quite sure what it's going to turn out to, but let's have one of those. Manam, your favorite Dan moment?
There are a lot, and let's start from the start. That Dan, I don't know if Dan remember that, but one time Dan, Orient told Dan, "Do not open the guard. What they call what they call
the plant room."
Yeah, he picked up Dan before he entered.
I remember it, but it was Dan basically being like, "No, I don't know what you're talking about."
Yeah, like Orient looking to.
Like, see,
And-
that's why I told you not to go in there, Dan. See, I was totally right for you not to go in there. Dan's like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about.
and the moment he entered that dark shop, the Raven, and and even when he pick up the new rabbit, like, okay, that's a new one. Okay, that's okay. Dan, pick up this one. This is a new pet. That's good. Great. And even like the moment Dan put the creature and he will combine them, and this is the reason Orient later on asks Leon to give him hardest drink to drink. Like, I wanna knock me out.
Just,
So yeah, like
I
Dan.
don't want to watch. I don't want to watch Dan do anything else today. Please knock me out.
Yeah.
I'm not going to babysit Dan next time. I'm going to pass him off on to somebody else. Sai, your favorite Dan moment?
My favorite, probably I had a mental image after he'd finished the ritual, and finally this new creature was born. And I had him like 1930s Frankenstein film with his head thrown back, cackling, and it's alive, running around in a circle. I had this wonderful mental image of that happen. That was my favorite dad moment.
This is Frankenstein.
Yes, exactly. I'm Frankenstein. I'm not Frankenstein.
Robert?
I like that Find Familiar ritual. I mean, it's Find Familiars. It's a spell you play D&D for a year or so. You've done it 100 times, and it's just routine. But the way you go, you role played out, getting the materials, getting the different creatures all into one. How you rationalize your class ability. That was a lot of fun to watch, and I really like the way that happened.
As always, I enjoy the interactions that Dan has, that you have as Dan with the NPCs as a whole, going through that whole, and the way you visualize. I really enjoyed Dan visualizing how much he's supposed to donate. Like, well, because Dan doesn't, to me, Dan doesn't understand the concept of donations. Like, they're just what you can give. So Dan's like, well, how much? Like, what's like? Everything has had a price for Dan so far, right? So everything has cost something. So Dan doesn't understand. He's like, so he starts thinking about it, and then gets this image of what's going on, with him. And I really enjoyed the way you played that out.
It's just the scene in The Simpsons with Homer where it's suggested donation. What have I offered? 0. Oh, that's fine, sir. You suckers.
Yeah. I always did that. That was one of my contentious things when I played EverQuest. A lot of us casters, I played a shaman, and a lot of us casters would sit up in the main area and offer these hour-long buffs to other characters, the other players, for donations. And people would put minimum donation 10 gold. I'm like, that's not a donation, that's a cost. That's when you put a number next to it, that's a cost, not a donation. And I would just whatever you can pay, right? I would log on for like an hour, and I'm just literally kind of like dorking off, chatting with friends. I'll just cast a bunch of buffs and send you on your way. If you want to give me a gold, you can give me a platinum, and that's the way I always looked at it. But yeah, I always hated that. That's a giant pet peeve of mine is people saying, yes, it has a minimum donation. Nope, that's called a price. That's a price tag. So your favorite NPC DM story moment today? We'll start with Robert.
I like there's a lot of threads we've been investigating. They're all starting to seem to come together into. We're getting a clearer picture of what kind of happened to us, and we're chipping away at that bit by bit, and I'm really enjoying that process.
Manam.
I like how first the commoner, that one in the garden, that they seem very innocent, but Orient they did something. They pushed up and try to kill him or something. Like this is and they seem like, no, we didn't do that. We are just only follow him. That was funny. And
Mr. Suspicious. No, they
yeah,
totally pushed him.
yeah. and it's funny that the what they call her, the tiefling.
Yeah.
Like
Mm.
I think she judged Orient so much. Like, why are you doing that? Like, we are doing normal things. Like Orient, no, you're not doing normal things. Your eye turned white. Like the moment Dan touched her, and I want the point of view of because Dan make a ritual inside the temple, right?
Yeah.
Like I didn't know the point of view of these people who work in the temple while watching Dan combining these three creatures together. Like
I don't know.
for me, Orient
Most of
believes
them,
it's like
most of them are outside, still dealing with the wounded and stuff. So he's being left alone for the most part.
so and I hate that Orient hate that one who was talking to Leon. Literally.
Sigh.
Yeah. I really enjoyed the interaction with the prisoners. I thought they were suitably terrified, and um, I'm really enjoying that, like with Robert, beginning to be able to piece together some of what's going on, or at least having some clues. So it feels like we're learning a little bit more about kind of the backstories of who we were before we ended up on a beach, and that's really interesting. It's also interesting that some of the character decisions that have been made to play a character in a particular way seem almost if seem to be the kinds of choices you would have made had you known that that was the backstory, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So it just seems to be that people are kind of have understood then the natural character of that character almost unconsciously. It's kind of weird, but I really like that.
Well, cool. David?
It's just again the array and diversity of interactions we were able to have with the NPCs. With like the first prisoner that we had, the priestess, and that she was like uncooperative, and so like I can't tell you the name of my god, and I can't tell you the name of what we call him because he is just the heretic to us now. Whereas the prisoners were like so intimidated by Echo that they were completely like, we will tell you everything you need to know.
That don't kill us.
Yeah, like the little interaction of the two halflings we previously met at the Thieves Guild who saw us coming in the crowd and just dipped. Just little moments like that. And then I loved like Diabella just being this sweet, nice old tiefling lady. And then getting like a little bit of a prophecy from her and her being like, oh, that's unusual. That only usually happens to people who have power. Like, you must be somebody kind of like powerful and important. That's neat. And just, there were just so many fun little. And then, I did mention it, but Leon's interaction with the Hammerstones and finding out that they got to use the spiked armor and him just being like, oh man, that looks really cool.
Well, yeah. I mean, if nobody else is going to use it, he's going to put it on, especially if the city's being invaded. Like, if it's one of those break glass in case of emergency kind of things. He's because I saw when I was thinking about this, I saw the two of them having the conversation, right? Where she's like, "Get your axe, get your stuff, let's go," and he's like, and he goes out with his axe. Sees what's going on, turns around, and goes back in and puts the armor on. And she's like, and then he comes back outside, and she's like, and just kind of the sigh of, and now she has to listen to it. And that's what's worse is now she has to listen to him brag about how good the armor is because it worked.
Because it worked.
Yeah, it didn't fall apart. It wasn't ineffective in any way.
And again, it's the visual contrast of the way you described it, where he's got bits of zombies and undead just stuck to every part of him, and she's pristinely clean despite having fought the entire night.
That suits their purpose. Well, I appreciate that. I've been. That's one thing that I took a lot of notes that Mark and you guys gave me during the first campaign that I worked on there, and hopefully I've gotten better at it. I do hope that you guys are enjoying the story and the little pieces that you guys are finding out about what's going on, and that hopefully it makes sense to you guys. So we're going to wrap this up. I was going to thank everybody. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, share these on YouTube and on Twitch. Tell your friends. Don't forget, if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you do have a free Twitch Prime subscription, which we would appreciate that you use here. You can also donate directly to the stream using the donate button, and you can visit us on Patreon and become a patron. The new campaign should start end of this month. It's January, so the end of this month, the What Lies Ahead Requiem for a Dragon Queen we should have our session 0 before the end of the month. I'm starting to get more applications come in for that. And then we're going to be doing, if you notice on the side there, we're running a little contest. Once we raise enough points, I will be doing a live karaoke stream here on Twitch for all of you to come in and make fun of me while I sing. Don't be too scared. I actually can carry a tune, so it's not. I'm not. I'm not doing this out of spite. It looks like we've reached one of our goals for a dice giveaway. So I will be checking that. See everybody who followed in the past couple of days, and then oh, excuse me, one sec. Sorry, I had a little sneeze there. And then we will be announcing on the next stream the winner of that, which will be next Friday, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Zombie apocalypse, aliens invading, dinosaurs resurrecting out of the center of the earth. Whatever decides to happen in the coming year. I make no guarantees. But as always, please don't forget to donate and like and subscribe, because these episodes and this stream is brought to you by you, the viewers. We love having you guys here. We appreciate everybody who showed up today. Want to thank the players for playing. And that'd be it. Have a great night. May all your draws be lands, and may all your rolls be crits. Signing out here from the dark side of the moon in the Blue Cheese Room, I am the Loophole King, and we will see you later. Bye, everybody.